Meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, the workshop meeting to order, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Well, again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. Just a few administrative items before we jump into the agenda. We have 11 presentations in addition to any updates from the director and the commissioner. We did schedule this as a one-day meeting, and it is our intent to get you out of here at a normal and reasonable hour. To that end, though, we'll be working through the workshop agenda. When we break for lunch, when we come back, regardless of where we are in the workshop agenda, we are going to switch to convene the action meeting and hold any public comment. Again, I just always want the public to have a set time when they know they can come and give comment without having to wait around for other things. If there are additional workshop items at that time, we'll suspend the action meeting, complete those, and then reconvene the action agenda at that point to kind of complete any items we have for consideration. So again, any questions before we move forward? All right, thank you all. First on today's agenda, we have Assistant Secretary of Transportation, Michael York, giving a presentation on VA 250. Mr. York?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. My name is Michael York. I'm Assistant Secretary of Transportation, and today I'm really excited to talk to you all a bit about VA 250 and how transportation can play a role here in Virginia. So what is VA 250? It was established by the General Assembly, and it serves to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, the Revolutionary War, and the independence of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And this presentation is just about how our agencies are coordinating to help folks move around the Commonwealth and reach some historic sites and events for VA 250. And just to be clear, every year there are historic celebrations that go on around this time, and VA 250, it's helpful to think of it as sort of a promotional campaign to highlight the significance of the semi-quincentennial this year. So first we have the Virginia Breeze. We're doing some discounted tickets. The special fare will run from June 8th to July 1 for travel occurring on Juneteenth, and then we're also doing discounted ticket sales for July the 4th. That is code VA50 for those who are looking to book on the Virginia Breeze. And there will also be some service enhancements on the Capitol Connector from Richmond to Washington's Union Station, as well as the Charlottesville-Williamsburg Express trip. And you can see the details there below. DRPT is also working to, with the partners around the Commonwealth, to offer additional frequencies and discounted trips to celebrate Independence Day in VA 250. HRT, Hampton Roads Transit, will be fully fare-free. VRE, Virginia Railway Express, will be running fireworks trains on Independence Day on both the Manassas and the Fredericksburg line, and OmniRide will be offering free express bus service from Woodbridge and Gainesville to nearby metro stations on July the 4th. So Amtrak is also the official partner, travel partner of VA 250 this year. VPRA and Amtrak are partnering with local committees to cross-promote their historic events with Amtrak Virginia Travel. And there's also been some coordination between our agencies for VA 250 signature events, including travel to Mount Vernon, Monticello, Colonial Williamsburg, Abingdon, and Norfolk. This year we're doing some discount-focused messaging, so we're promoting special fares. These are fares that already exist to our Amtrak riders here in Virginia. These discounts, however, we're highlighting them to make sure that people know that they have affordable travel options for VA 250 this year. And so these includes the discounts for kids, students, and senior citizens. And so just to make sure that folks are aware that we have affordable travel choices for VA 250. We've also developed a partner toolkit, which is designed for local destinations to promote their events, so that folks know how they can get there and how they can arrive safely. There's also an Amtrak Virginia landing page that highlights the various historic attractions and Virginia stops. And also there is a VA 250 passport, which is available at rest areas and visitor centers throughout the Commonwealth, and this was created by the VA 250 Commission. We also, our state transportation and transit agencies have become VA 250 commemorative partners, and to that end, they've developed this here map, which shows all the ways that you can travel around the Commonwealth to reach VA 250 events and sites this year. This partnership is meant to ensure consistent statewide messaging. We've also coordinated an interagency press release on multimodal travel options for VA 250, and this map is available. You can see the QR code there, but it's also available at va250.org if you're curious to learn more. Thank you all. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. York. Are there any questions or comments on Mr. York's presentation about VA 250? Director
Okay,
Zimmerman?
Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Michael, for walking through that. I just wanted to restate the gratitude that we have in the Commonwealth with all of our partners. As you heard from that, it's a lot of different players. The bus you're looking at here is part of student artwork in Williamsburg, where they sponsored student artists to help design the wraps that are going around their buses for 250. So it's really been an array of partnership to pull this together, which is emblematic of the revolution and our fight for independence. Virginia was the heart of it all, but we didn't do it alone. So again, here it's been great to have that partnership with Amtrak, with all of the local transit partners, as you heard, with VRE, who's in the room, and with DRPT. So if you didn't get the message, if folks are here, if you know people coming to Virginia for the 250, please encourage them to take a transit or train option and help keep our roadways a little less congested with all the big events. So we've got lots of frequent trips and lots of options for people. So thanks.
Thank you, Director Zimmerman. Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Coleman,
Secretary.
sorry.
I saw Williamsburg there. There was an absence that struck me as Yorktown. Is there any visits there or any opportunity?
I would check va250.org to make sure to see the events and sites around the Commonwealth.
And the WADA transit service, it is the circulator that's connecting with all Jamestown, Yorktown, and Williamsburg. And I think things are planned in the whole triangle area.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Mr. York. And then members of the board, I'm going to ask your indulgence. I did not mention one administrative item at the beginning, which is I want to make sure we actually hit the workshop presentations that have action items before we get to lunch. And so, Ms. Pryor, that means while you thought maybe you were going 3 presentations from now, you have several I need you to come to the podium and provide. And after that, we will move back up to item number 2. But thank you, Ms. Pryor. Good morning.
Sure, thank you. Settle in, I've got several presentations for you. The first presentation is on a series of smart scale changes in the city of Harrisonburg in Stanton District. Just by way of reminder, your policy for smart scale, I'll review the policy with regard to cancellations and budget increases. And then we'll go through 1 proposed cancellation, 2 proposed budget increases, and these would be proposed for action in July. The Smart Scale policy for project cancellation says that only the Commonwealth Transportation Board can cancel a project funded through the Construction District Grant Program or the High Priority Projects Program. In addition, your policy also indicates that certain transfers that exceed certain thresholds require your approval. So the first project we'll talk about is the proposed cancellation of the Port Republic Road, Forest Hill Road intersection improvement project. This project was submitted by the Harrisonburg-Rockingham MPO in round 6 of Smart Scale. The total project cost was $10.5 million, and it was fully funded with high priority funds. The scope includes turn lane additions and improvements at the intersection of Port Republic and Forest Hill, as well as median improvements on Forest Hill. The removal of an existing bike lane to reroute onto a new 10-foot shared use path, as well as additional 5-foot sidewalks, pedestrian refuge island, and new crosswalks. The benefits were primarily due to safety and land use. This just shows a snapshot of the details related to the project. Again, it was $10.5 million, fully funded with high priority. It scored 5.65 and ranked 4 out of 6 in the district. Currently, the project has not yet started, so there are no expenditures. The City of Harrisonburg has recently reassessed its commitments to transportation improvement projects within the city and wants to focus on delivering projects underway within their portfolio before undertaking new starts. The Harrisonburg-Rockingham MPO has concurred and provided a letter requesting the cancellation. I'll move on to the next project, budget increase, unless there are questions on the cancellation. Okay.
Mr. Laird?
Sure. So the next project we'll talk about is the North Main Street Sidewalk Project. This project was submitted by the Central Shenandoah PDC in round 4. The original cost was $2.5 million, and the Smart Scale request was funded at $2.2 million with high priority funds. The original scope includes construction of 1,800 linear feet of sidewalk, curb and gutter, and ADA accommodations. The project is locally administered and expected to start right-of-way acquisition in August. The benefits were primarily due to economic development. Since the project was selected, it has increased costs across all phases as a design has been refined in preparation for initiating right-of-way. Additional temporary construction easements were needed following the constructability review. There were also additional costs associated with the stormwater construction and cost increases associated with the pedestrian signals at the intersection of North Main, Vine, and Clinton Pike. As I mentioned before, the original cost of this project was $2.5 million. It was funded at application or originally at $2.2 million of high priority funds with $271,000 of local funds. The original score was 5.05 and it ranked 16 out of 22. Today, the estimate is $3.8 million, which is an increase of $1.3 million. It has, the proposed high priority budget is $3.273 million. Prior to this action, $301,000 of carbon reduction money was previously transferred to the project. It still has the $271,000 of local funds. And so the recommended budget increase is $1.0 million of high priority funds. The revised score based on the new cost goes from 5.05 to 3.45. The rank drops from 16 out of 22 to 19 out of 22. And the project currently has expenditures of $147,000. The next project is a proposed budget increase for South Main Street corridor, safety improvement projects also in Harrisonburg. This project was submitted by the Harrisonburg-Rockingham MPO in round 5 of Smart Scale for a cost of $6.2 million. It was fully funded with high priority funds. The original scope included construction of sidewalk, curb ramps, and high visibility crosswalks, as well as 2 bus shelter pads with bus shelters and benches. The project is locally administered and has been scoped. Project benefits were primarily due to safety, economic development, accessibility, and environmental.
Sir, Mr. Stant?
A question. We changed the definition of the criteria for a high priority project 6 months ago, whenever we did. And my question is, these are sidewalks, these last 2 are sidewalks budget increase. Seems to be they wouldn't be eligible for high priority money under the new definition, but we're gonna pay this increase out of high priority funds. Is that an issue at all?
No, sir. It's eligible for high priority. And it was submitted by an MPO, not a locality. And so it's perfectly legitimate to fund the increase if the board so chooses.
Following on that, the high priority funds go into the bigger bucket or they stay in the district? I can't remember.
High priority funds go into a statewide bucket. They're managed statewide, and they do not stay within the district or locality.
So if we release some, they don't necessarily then drop back into
Correct.
the district?
Correct. These are 3 independent actions. You can choose to approve all 3 or 1 or 2.
But just to get to that point, Ms. Pryor will be walking through the cumulative effect if you do agree to take all 3 actions. We can then also clearly provide what would happen if you choose one but not another of the 2. And so we'll be getting right to that.
The project is scheduled to begin right-of-way acquisition in August. It's part of a bundle of projects in the city of Harrisonburg, scheduled for advertisement in May of 2028. One of the projects in the bundle is improvement at the I-81 exit 243 interchange. The project has experienced cost increases across all phases. Increased design costs were based on stormwater management and additional hydraulic design that was required. That also triggered the need for additional right-of-way and design refinements. There were also increases in property value assessments since the time that the project was selected. There are increased construction costs due to updates from the revised hydraulic design, utilities, and earthwork costs, which increased related to geotechnical impacts. This just shows a snapshot. Again, the original cost was $6 million. The current cost is $12 million. The project was originally fully funded with high priority funds. Today, the project has $7.165 million of high priority funds on it because a within threshold increase was processed previously that would have been on your transfer report for approval. So the current recommendation is to process an additional high priority transfer of $4.8 million. The Smart Scale core score based on the revised cost goes from 8.95 to 4.59. The rank decreases from 7 out of 19 to 16 out of 19, and we've currently expended $470,000.
And Ms. Pryor, really quick before you go to the summary slide. So with these 2 projects where we're seeing increases, do we now expect, based on conversations with the district, that these projects have advanced far enough where we won't see them again?
That is the expectation.
Okay, so I'd just kind of saying that out loud for members of the board. Again, obviously, as she noted, these will be independent actions at the July board meeting. But I think with this previous threshold increase, they were not yet at that stage where we wouldn't expect to see them back again. At this point, they should not be back again if you decide to move forward with the increase.
And I would add, your resolution could stipulate that this is the extent of the contribution from the Commonwealth. We have done that before.
Mr. Lawson.
Following that, I'm really curious about the stormwater design. Was that just because they didn't do the work or didn't do it to a level of detail? I can't believe storm drainage changed.
I'd have to follow up with details on that. I apologize. But I could get that information for
Thank
you.
And so we'll be able to get that to Mr. Lawson before the July meeting. Mr. Laird?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I believe these 3 projects are locally administered, and they are willing to give up a project that, in my opinion, is pretty important. And after all the maneuvering and smart scale scores, it still ranks the highest of the 3 projects. I have a tough time with us not trying to get that project completed. Have we considered for VDOT to assume the responsibility of completing the project and relieving the local from continuing?
Typically, it's preferred for a city to administer a project on their urban system. I'm not saying you can't do it, but that is not a recommendation as part of this right now.
But it could be.
We could certainly look into it.
Well, and Mr. Laird, to your point, that has in fact happened. I think to Ms. Pryor's point, it is rare. It is rare for 2 reasons. One, municipalities tend to like to do work on things they own. And second, VDOT tends to not like to do work on things municipalities own. That being said, it has happened in the past. And so for those of you who walked in the front of the building today, the VDOT actually built the Pulse BRT. system back in 2015 and 2016 because GRTC was struggling to deliver that project. They simply hadn't done any large-scale construction projects of that type of nature in their past, and they were not able to move it forward through that process. And so VDOT assumed that and then built that partially on kind of city property and municipally, maintained streets there. And so it has happened before. It does require two willing partners for that to take place. So in that instance, the city and GRTC and VDOT were all amenable to that taking place. That was also probably hastened by half the funding coming from a discretionary federal grant that had to be obligated within a certain time frame there to help advance that project. So it is something that happens, but it does happen kind of it's a rare event.
I'm not saying this is the case, but it certainly looks as if this was an easy way out for the locality to give up a $10 million project that they could resubmit the next round, I believe, and then use, although not specifically use it, but indirectly use what they've given up to apply to their overage on their two projects that are significantly over.
Mr. Laird, I would offer that when we are faced with multiple budget increases in a given locality, we do have a group chat about maybe downsizing their program, setting some priorities. The city of Harrisonburg has a considerable number of underway projects right now. And so in discussions with them about setting priorities and what needs to advance, it was determined that they wanted to cancel the Port Republic Road project. And I will also stress that these are three independent actions. The budget increases are not contingent on the cancellation at all.
Could you go to the next slide, though, as we just kind of continue this dialogue so people can kind of see the cumulative effect here? Mr. Laird, I hear the point that you're raising, and I should be direct. I was not involved in any discussion, so I have no clue whether there was any gamesmanship on the part of kind of the decision-making by the local government or the MPOs here. The one thing I would note for the board is of the three projects, two do have several $100,000 in expenditures, and one has not yet started work. So it may also, and again, I was not in those discussions, but it could also be the case that some of those projects are simply closer to going to bid than another there because they have those expenditures and have kind of reached that stage. But again, I haven't been in those discussions.
Mr. Secretary, if I might. Mr. Laird, and the board, I'd remind the board that we asked the city of Charlottesville to do the exact same thing in taking a look at their program when we initiated the local sustainability performance program and a focus on delivery of projects and making selections and those hard decisions to be able to advance certain projects that we knew that we're going to advance and other ones that would not, based upon expenditures to date and other items. These are the hard conversations that we're having with the localities in delivering their programs on their projects on time and on budget rather than facing the impacts of inflation. We've got several projects here that, to the point that's on the slide, that are millions of dollars over or have zero expenditures. And this is simply what we have asked of our local partners to take a very hard look at the projects that they're administering, right-size their program, deliver those projects to the citizens for the benefits rather than keeping them into a state of limbo, trying to redesign them to some thresholds that may not give the benefits back. This is exactly what we're asking. You're absolutely right that if it scored very well, that it could come back in a subsequent round. But the monies that are available today are the monies that are available today rather than fighting inflationary impacts that could be giving us 75 cents on the dollar in a couple of years. So these are the three projects that we've asked. Charlottesville has done a good job. We have these ongoing conversations with other municipalities in each of your district or each of your respective areas.
Commissioner, can I ask, though, I think a question maybe of something that I've just kind of assumed is the case, but I realize isn't said on the slide. I'm guessing that the Port Republic Forest Hill Road intersection improvements also cannot advance for the $10.5 million allocation that they have, and that project also has a cost increase.
I would venture to say it's a earlier round 6 application. Maybe the impacts of inflation have not hit it, but it has zero expenditures, which means that there's been zero design since it's gone into place. We're going into round 7, 2 years later. By the time it gets to the end, we're going to have probably a shortfall.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson and then Mr. Laird.
I'm glad the commissioner said what he said, because as I was listening to this, it reminded me of several years ago, and I wasn't going to name the city. I was just going to say another one with another big university in it.
He was making direct eye contact
yeah,
with Mr. Byers as he said it
Yeah.
the whole time.
But do you have any sense of what the delta is on the Port Republic one?
With zero engineering, there's no way to tell. No.
Because I would think if that one scores the highest, which I believe it does, I agree with your message to this city as you did to that other city. Y'all need to focus maybe on one and then go forward. And if this one indeed scores the highest, I would suggest that's the one we ought to get through first.
Maybe I'm confused, but Ms. Pryor, how did they score how would Port Republic score the highest? Because they're compared against cohorts and not necessarily to themselves.
I was just going to address that. They're from 3 different cohorts, so the scores and the rank aren't comparable across cohorts. So it's a difficult comparison to make.
Mr. Secretary, yes, we have gone through 3 different rounds, but the most recent round, which everybody voted on and approved unanimously, took into account what is in the Port Republic proposal. So it is current. The others probably wouldn't score well at all, given the current way we grade projects through Smart Scale. I would also like to say that I see, I don't know of whether they have tried to scale back that South Main project at all. Has that been considered?
Yes. Before a proposed budget increase gets any traction whatsoever, the project manager working with the district and the applicant is required to review the scope and look for opportunities to bring the project back in line with the budget. In the case of the South Main Street project, most of the benefits were due to safety from the proposed bicycle and pedestrian accommodations, and so you couldn't clip out any portion of that without interrupting the connectivity of the corridor. And so there was nothing to take out to bring it back in budget.
Mr. Secretary?
Sir.
May I suggest that there's some bus stops and bus shelters that could be funded through a different arm of transportation alternatives, which the city of Waynesboro used to fund that portion. So that could be cut out, and that's just a quick look. Again, I'm not an engineer. I don't pretend to be one, but it certainly would seem that cost overrun needs to be reexamined.
Well, so folks, if I could pause, and I know, Mr. Minshew, you're in the queue, so let me just recognize that. So what we have before us is these are items that were brought to us by the Harrisonburg MPO. We do not have to accept or reject, right, in any of these, but these are the things that are kind of before us. And so let's just game theory through some of these things. So the sense I'm getting is maybe we wish they had canceled something else and kept something else. These are all independent actions, as Ms. Pryor has noted. So let's pretend, just for discussion's sake, for everyone listening online on the room, I'm just talking through a hypothetical, that the exact opposite of what was provided to us was provided to us. So we were recommending continuing the Port Republic Road, Forest Hill, I always want to say Avenue, I grew up on Forest Hill Avenue, sorry, Forest Hill Road intersection improvements, and they were proposing to cancel the other 2 projects. On those other 2 projects, we do have expenditures, so we would need to understand whether or not any of those were federal, and there may be reimbursement requirements that would be needed. What I also want to flag is I strongly suspect this was not an act of generosity to propose canceling the Port Republic project. People tend not to just say, I want to cancel a project. I have a strong sneaking suspicion, whether or not it was communicated to us, there is some internal awareness by the project sponsor that that project does not cost $10 million. And so that means at some point, I expect that project may be coming back to us. At that point, though, it would also be coming back to us without two other projects by that same project sponsor to be considered by the board on whether or not to allocate that increase. I'm not saying any of this to try and change anyone's opinions. I'm just walking through and game theorying the various options that we have before. So again, there's no vote today on this. I know I said I was bringing Ms. Pryor to talk about things that were, I forgot this was the first presentation. She said I was really focused on the 6-year improvement program. So we're not voting on this after lunch. So let's just state that there. But I just want to flag, we typically only take these types of actions when they come from a local sponsor. And so this is what they've sent to us. We can have additional discussions with that local sponsor between now and July, but I do just want to flag that if we go in the other direction and that $10.5 million project, for discussion's sake, ends up costing 15 or 17, that will be considered when it comes back in isolation, because that quantum, as the commissioner noted, is not known today. And while these are all independent actions, we can do the sum total of math. And so I just want to flag that may be why they went down that course, which doesn't mean it's the right course or the course you want to support. But I feel obligated to kind of note that for those who can't stand at the mic and maybe speak to some of the thought process that was in their minds. And again, I wasn't in that, so if I put wrong words in your mouth, MPO, I apologize. But again, this is just a game theory kind of discussion there. So I guess the question I would pose to the board is, what, if anything, do you want from the staff between now and the July meeting to kind of help with the decision-making consideration? Because what I'm hearing is we have some concerns and we're not sure we agree with the approach that was made. And so again, there's a third option I didn't talk through, which is you reject everything. You do not provide the increases, and Ms. Pryor, I think we should then discuss what that would mean for a project, and you do not approve the cancellation of this other project, and I think we should talk about what options the local government has there as well. And so do you want to hear that first, or do you want to talk about what maybe you want from the staff between now and the July meeting? Mr. Lawson.
We can see the numbers on
Yeah.
all of these. I think that would be very helpful,
Okay.
including the storm, but also what's the delta on the Port Republic?
Well, I want to stress that may not be a known.
Right. There is no.
I think there's a suspicion. I don't think it's known because they haven't done any expenditures at this time, but we can ask the question of what
can.
maybe they suspect.
I think there's got to be, I agree with the secretary. I think they do have an idea, an educated guess.
I think what the commissioner would be upset if I didn't say in response is, they may have an educated guess, but they don't have plans. So it is an educated guess, which said differently means it is wrong. What we may hope is that it is not very wrong, right? And so he would be very upset if I didn't stipulate that kind of point before we moved forward. So Ms. Pryor, what happens to the two projects that have cost increases if the board decides not to approve those?
Sure. Can I make 2 points before I answer that?
You have our indulgence.
I'm not aware of any cost increase on the Port Republic project. However, given the size of the city's portfolio, it is very likely that it would be delayed in starting, which would certainly lead to potential cost increases, which have not been quantified. So I'll put that out there.
Ms. Price, I want to say back to you differently what you just said. My suspicion may in fact be wrong, and the issue may actually be the actual capacity of the city to deliver certain projects. And so they may not yet have an increased cost, but you're saying their actual just capacity to deliver a project may be taxed, which will cause a delay, which then in turn will cause an increase due to the additional time.
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding is they currently have 13 projects in their smart scale portfolio, which is considerable.
In the future, when I game theory, if you have a tidbit that would, you can interrupt me.
The other point I'd like to make is that while this cancellation and the budget increases are not on the agenda for action this month, I did brief you on a proposed budget increase for high priority funds for another project, the Exit 317 I-81 project, that is scheduled to begin procurement in July. And so that is in fact on the board's agenda for action today. So this slide that's currently shown shows the impact, the net impact of all of the changes, what's on the agenda for today, plus potentially for July, in full disclosure.
Thank you, Ms. President. What happens if the board does not approve the increases for the two North Main, or Main Street projects, one's north, one's south?
Sure. We would give the city an opportunity to identify alternate funds. They probably already tried that before they came back here for high priority funds. So those projects would likely sit for some time, getting more and more expensive until somebody decided to request their cancellation or this board decided to cancel them unilaterally, at which point we would trigger repayment of the expenditures, as the secretary mentioned.
And what would happen to the Port Republic Forest Hill Road intersection improvements if the board did not approve the requested cancellation?
It would likely sit for some time until the city gets some of the other projects out of their queue. Then we would begin scoping the project and doing some preliminary design. And then at some point, once we close scoping, we would update the estimate, and that's when we would know, based on the updated estimate and schedule, if there is a potential issue going forward.
Okay, so let's talk about the high priority balance and what this means and the various options that you have before you. So last month, as Ms. Pryor noted, she briefed you on an increase to the I-81 exit 317 interchange. My recollection is there was not heartburn from the board on that. So I'm going to, for purposes of this discussion, assume that action is approved. Where we would stand at the conclusion of today's action meeting, if that is approved, is that we would basically be at about $36 million. If you rejected the requested cancellation of the Port Republic and approved the other two, that would take us down, as you can see there, another 6 million, or give or take there. And so we would go from 36 to 30. If you did not approve the increases, but also did not approve the cancellation, we'd stay at 36. I'm not going to talk about the other scenario because I didn't hear one where we'd approve the cancellation or reject the cancellation. You know what I mean, the other one. And so those are, I think, the options there. And just as a reminder, this is kind of just the holding balance that we have to cover cost overruns. These are funds that are available because projects have come in under budget on a portfolio basis in the high priority projects kind of program here. And so these are the dollars that we'll have in the future to handle other potential cost overruns from other projects. My sincere hope is there's also some projects that will continue to come in under, where we would continue to potentially grow this balance, but that is far from a certainty. And so I think, Mr. Lawson, what I've heard from you is a request for staff to get more specifics on the drivers of those cost increases and to have some more clarity about why the Port Republic Forest Hill Road intersection improvement project was requested for cancellation. Mr. Laird or Ms. Dunlop, and then Mr. Gribben.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would also be interested in knowing if the community has a priority for the two projects that they've requested increases on. In other words, we don't need to approve both of them, but if we were going to look at them and say, well, if you had to make a choice to talk to the board about which of these two would be your highest priority versus the second priority.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Gribben?
Yeah, along similar lines, to follow up on Mr. Laird's point about having concerns that one of these might score higher in their smart scales than the others. I realize they're in different cohorts, but can't we just take the projects as they are now and the smart scale formula as it is now and rank them?
Ms. Schul and I have been communicating electronically, and so we're going to see what we can do for you sometime today.
Fantastic. I think that would just be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Coleman?
Yes, I want to follow up on Mr. Lawson's comments, because, this is a big increase, almost double. Maybe the commissioner can help me, because I'm not an engineer either, but it just seems like the hydraulics is something that should have been understood or known when they were originally planning for this project. And is that true or reasonable to expect that they should have known the hydraulics?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Coleman, I'd say not having the specifics behind this, I cannot tell you what is driving the hydraulic analysis or the lack thereof at the time. To your point, and I raise this to the entire board, we've heard concerns about how much information needs to be available at the time of scoping. You're concerned about us asking for more and more information at scoping to help make these informed decisions, but yet you're also asking us to make decisions with less information. So the devil's in the details, I'd say, that we can get it fully designed and we can take there's a happy medium is what I'm trying to say, Mr. Coleman. We make decisions to be able to help get it into the program, and as we go through scoping and the project development, we learn these lessons and we've tried to mitigate it. I would just caution you to say that we need more information in hydraulic design and aspects at an early stage to be able to help make these informed decisions. So without having the knowledge of what was in the scoping document versus where we are today, we'll have that information, it sounds like, when we come back to the board. I don't have the district engineer here. The lesson learned, and I've already been communicating with him, is anytime we have a cancellation, we will have appropriate representation in the room to be able to help answer these questions.
And just, so, Ms. Sellers, 1 second, and then so I think just for the board members, we'll try and get you something in 2 weeks so that you'll have it 2 weeks before the next meeting for kind of any consideration there. The other thing I would just ask is, Mr. Coleman, to your point, this fall, when we talk about potential smart scale screen outs for readiness, readiness is a different way of saying we know more of these types of things. And so to the commissioner's point, this is a real point of tension we have with a lot of our applicants. And so we're seeking to make sure we can put together the best cost estimates possible, but we're also seeking to make sure that people can put forward their priorities. And that in-between stage is how much development work are we trying to ask them to do in advance of that? And that is a tension. We will never get the exact perfect balance there, but I think what we're always trying to do is kind of strike somewhere in a sweet spot. And so each round, when we see things, we come up with new readiness requirements. If things stop happening, we can also kind of relax potentially some of those. But I do just want to ask everyone to keep this in mind this fall, if we come darken your doorways, to talk about a readiness concern in your district, because it's these types of things is why we have these readiness rules. Ms. Sellers?
So I'd like to hear more about the benefits, because I'm looking at, I mean, it looks like it's scored across the board: safety, accessibility, land use. So, how does this relate to whatever the city's got going on there, and to I-81, because it looks like it's pretty close to I-81. And so is this a part of I-81 that is congested? And so that would be kind of what I would want to see, is what is the plan? What were the proposed benefits? And when we look at the cost drivers, I'd be really curious on the right-of-way acquisition, and the city just reassessed the property values, knowing they had this project, and,
I think a reassessment may have been on a schedule there. I understand the point, but let's let Ms. Schul, I can see her working away over there on her computer. I don't want to promise magic, but let it see what she works on over the coming hours, and hopefully this afternoon we can have something to show you more on the benefits, or at least provide some sort of handout, depending on where we are and kind of the workshop meeting and the hour of the day.
tried to look for it, but it's not very
I have the
clear.
benefit scores here. The South Main Street Corridor Improvement Project, most of the benefits came from safety. For the North Main, most of the benefits were associated with economic development. We can get those scorecards for you so you can see.
I'm more
Michelle?
focused on, because the North Main Street, is North Main Street and South Main Street, are these the same project?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I thought. So Mike, I'm more interested in this South Main Street in the city of Harrisonburg, and what they mean by the economic development, and even the safety. I'm just kind of pulling up the Google map. It does look like it's a heavily constructed area, but within there you have you got a lot going on in that area. We have a school, we have the highway, we have a probation office. So I would be curious, what they're seeing, the vision there.
Okay. Well, we will work on compiling that information. Mr. Minshew?
Mr. Secretary, in terms of the Secretary's question on information, I agree with Mr. Coleman and Mr. Lawson. When you see a project doubling in cost, you scratch your head and think, okay, was this a force majeure kind of a thing? Did an artesian well appear out of nowhere that screwed up the hydrology? Or is this more like a contract change order, where we're halfway through and we realize we can build a better mousetrap, and that better mousetrap is going to cost more money? And so, two different things there. I'm just curious, are we in one of those two categories?
So I don't think it's a better mousetrap. I'm not sure I can say it's force majeure either. Like, I don't believe the stormwater regs changed. I think, to the commissioner's point, I think as they got into design, there was something that probably should have been taken into account that wasn't. And so I personally wouldn't call that force majeure. Like, to me, force majeure would be the stormwater regs changed and it is what it is and that's where we are. But I also don't think it is an enhancement that is addressing something else that once they got in there, like, oh, well, this would be nice. I don't think that is the case whatsoever based on the briefings I've had. Ms. Green?
One additional question. Can we find out how it relates to the I-81 project, since that is linked to it, and make sure that it's no impacts between the two?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, folks, you've given the team a fair amount of homework. We'll be working on it. Some of that is due today, some of that is due in 2 weeks. We are aware of those due dates, and we will work on that. For the homework that is due today, I would just ask your indulgence as we are, in the active board meeting here, but we will do our best to get something to you. Ms. Pryor, now that you've had a fair chance to warm up, would you like to move on to the 6-year improvement program and the budget?
I would just, we'll finish the last slide for the sake of finishing it.
You're not going to let us lead this presentation?
I'm going to take it to the
Okay.
bitter end. Just as a reminder, there is an action item on today's agenda for the previously discussed high priority project budget increase at I-81 at exit 317. That is bundled with another project. Collectively, that bundle is about $340 million worth of work. And it is scheduled to begin procurement in July. And then we will revisit the 3 proposed changes based on the information you've requested. With that, we can move on to the budget.
We're moving to slide, presentation 6.
Thank you.
Ms. Pryor?
So this presentation will cover the final fiscal year 2027 to 2032 Commonwealth Transportation Fund and 6-year financial plan, as well as the fiscal year 2027 Commonwealth Transportation Fund and VDOT budgets. As our draft budget was released in December, the preliminary FY 27 to 32 CTF and 6-year financial plan was presented to you in February. The draft budget and 6-year financial plan were presented to you in April of this year. And today I'm proposing to you the final 2027 to 2032 6-year financial plan, CTF, and VDOT budgets. And that will be for action today. I'm going to go through the revenue and allocations available in the final 6-year financial plan, as well as the final budgets. This should look very similar to you, to what I presented back in April. The 6-year financial plan does identify planned funding for the various modes. The 6-year financial plan allocates $60 billion from all revenue sources across all 6 years. $1.5 billion is related to planned debt for bonds, Garveys, special structures, et cetera. We do have planned transfers of $6.6 billion to the 3 regional entities, that's HRTAC, NVTA, and CVTA, as well as $1.1 billion in dedicated revenue for the Ramada Capital Fund. The 6-year financial plan includes $607.1 million of dedicated fuel tax revenue for the I-81 corridor, $18.7 billion for maintenance and operations, and $17.8 billion for construction. This includes approximately $3.6 billion of construction funding provided by localities and regions. This is a pretty substantial increase over the last 6-year program, lots of additional regional funding on projects. The Highway Maintenance and Operation Fund does show a deficit of $653 million, which will be filled with $287 million of federal funds and the crossover of $366.7 million of state dollars from the construction fund. As you are probably aware, the state budget is currently still pending adoption. So our final budget that you will approve today may require some tweaks based on what the General Assembly and Governor finalize. The draft budgets that we're working with, that we've based this 6-year financial plan, include some general fund dollars, $7 million, dedicated to the Route 460 Phase 2A finished grade project in Bristol District. It also included a proposed 3% raise for employees in fiscal years 27 and 28. I will note that the House version included a 2% raise. Based on the conference report, that's been increased to 3%. So both proposed budgets currently align there. We've also made some updates to federal revenues based on updated apportionment tables from the Federal Highway Administration and the FTA. Additionally, we've included some federal fiscal year 26 earmarks or congressionally directed spending to the tune of $56 million. This slide just shows the major revenue sources. This is unchanged from what I presented to you in February. I will point out, you do see continued growth year over year. We do see strong revenue growth throughout the 6-year window. This slide just shows the estimated revenues for the 6-year window. You will see that we anticipate about $41 billion in the 6-year window from state funds. Federal revenues total $9.7 billion. We've also included other financing sources from debt, which I mentioned earlier, for I-81 financing, Garvey bonds, special structures. And then the revenues from the regional entities shown at the bottom for a total of $60 billion.
Ms. Pryor, before you move on, for those of you looking at the bottom line and noting Ms. Pryor's comment on the previous slide that there's still strong revenue growth, if you're looking at those numbers, you'll notice that 27 is higher than 32. Her statement still stands. I would just draw your attention to a few things to kind of highlight that difference. And so the local and regional project participation and revenue is a key driver of that difference. And so if you remove that line item, what you would see is kind of sustained growth over that period of time. Again, those are funds that win a, say, HR TAC, CVTA or NVTA programs, a project, and that money isn't added to the program. That only shows up then. The NVTA revenues don't show up kind of as an expense in those other kind of otherwise there. And so that's why you see a higher number in 27 than you do in 32. We do have continued growth in state revenues over that period of time. So just in case later you look at these bottom lines, you're like, hey, Ms. Pryor said we were growing, and it looks like we're actually shrinking. We are growing. We're not shrinking. It's just in those outer years, we always have less detail in what some of those regional expenses are, and so you don't see that reflected in the financial plan.
Moving on, this slide shows the planned allocations. You can see the debt service total across the 6 years is $2.3 billion. Maintenance and operations, $18.6 billion. Then down at the bottom there, the construction program again at $17.8 billion. And then the regional entities again, for again, total allocations of $60 billion. This slide just sort of consolidates all of that information. You can see the CTF revenues total $5.5 billion. We have other revenues that come into the HMOF and TTF, federal funds of $1.6 billion, including, in addition, there's the I-81 Corridor Improvement Fund, debt, planned debt, fuels tax revenues for the Construction District Grant Program, and those Garvey bonds at $100 million. So in total, coupled with the regional revenues, the FY27 budget is $10.2 billion. Of that $10.2 billion, the highway maintenance, including funding for VDOT maintained and locality maintained infrastructure, represents 28.5% of the budget. Highway construction represents 35.5%. And the funding for rail and public transportation is 9.7% of the 27 budget. The slide just shows the breakdown of the VDOT specific budget, where you can see the allocation to the various programs within the department. I'll highlight the highway construction program of $2.8 billion in 27, as well as highway system maintenance of $2.5 billion. The regional funding you can see there for a total of $7.4 billion for '27. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we are aware that the state budget has not been finalized, so we will continue monitoring actions at that level to determine if any changes will ultimately be needed. And we're also following closely what's happening at the federal level with reauthorization. And I will come to you later today with our final recommended budget and 6-year improvement program for your approval today. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. So as members of the board, as Ms. Pryor noted, there's still, an open question with regard to the state budget. We will have a brief update on some of the latest things that have come out from some of the chambers this afternoon. What I would note is, we have tried to make conservative assumptions with regard to how things will play out, where there have been differences. If for some reason that is off with whatever the final adjudication is between now and July 1, we will bring back an amendment to the budget in July for your consideration. So I would ask you not to take too much consternation over the fact that you're voting on a budget while we still don't have full certainty yet. I expect we will have that soon and before July 1st. And when we do have it, if there are any differences or updates that we need to make, we will alert you to those and bring them back to you in July, and we will be able to easily rectify those. Any other questions from Ms. Pryor, though, before we move on to the 6-year improvement program?
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
we have had several comments, perhaps discussions in here with regard to concern for adequate funding for maintenance and operations going forward as we continue to build more and more infrastructure that has no dedicated funding, at least to the best of my knowledge, associated with it. As we look across these 6 years, is the concern for adequate maintenance embraced in the budget, or are we continuing to somewhat blindly move ahead building new infrastructure and compounding the challenge of maintaining it?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Smoot, for that question.
Talking about swinging today.
I see we've had some coffee today. So what I would say is what we are reflecting in this budget is continuation of the investment levels identified in the 2019 comprehensive review of pavements and bridges and maintenance. We are mid-course on the not mid-course, we're still in the early stages of an update to that. And so in July, the commissioner has said he has a 3-hour presentation planned for you all on rebaselining pavements and bridge, he's now making threats, pavement and bridge conditions there. And so what I would say is I suspect that discussion is going to lead potentially to trade-offs and future changes to the budget during this 6-year period. But I think what we need to do first, and before we make any of those changes, is talk about what will the conditions be at our current investment levels? How do we feel about that? What would our expenditures need to be to maintain current performance? And what are the consequences of potentially doing that if we move in that direction? And how do we feel about that? And, what are some places kind of in between there? And again, how do we feel about that? And so, Dr. Schmidt, we will be having a longer discussion about that, and it is a very important topic that we're going to have, but there are real kind of trade-offs. And so the one thing I want to say to all of you all is, as a body, you have the authority to always increase maintenance funding. That is in the state budget. There's a provision that's been in the Secretary's section of the code, which is where all things dealing with this board are outlined, and it's been there since 2004, and it says that this board can increase and take funds from the construction programs to ensure adequate maintenance of the existing highway system. I think that's very important. It ensures that, unlike certain other states where they have to go make the case to change the numbers when they understand that their maintenance needs are greater than they anticipated, we can do that administratively, and we don't have to wait for certain kind of legislative cycles to be able to do that. And so we will be having a discussion in the coming months about where do we want to be in terms of pavement and bridge condition, and what are some of the choices and trade-offs that we have. And I want to stress, there are trade-offs. We have a balloon. When we squeeze in one place, there's going to be, a follow-on effect somewhere else. And then I'd be remiss, Dr. Smoot, if I didn't just throw one more thing in there, which is the department's also been working on a resiliency plan. So looking at where we started to see increased flooding and other things of that nature, and what are some of the potential costs associated with that. And I want to be clear, a lot of times when people hear resiliency and flooding, they think like on the coast. It is not just on the coast. A lot of this, like the Lynchburg district, has a lot of these types of issues, and so this is something we see kind of throughout the state. And that is something that we're seeing more and more of, and we're not going to get into why, but it's a fact that we're seeing it. And so I think that's another issue that we also have to talk about and understand the trade-offs on how we want to move forward and kind of consider those in tandem with the kind of construction program. And so just like to play out a hypothetical, if it comes back and it says we need more money to handle some of these resiliency issues or to meet a certain pavement or bridge target, that means one for one, there will be less money in the construction program. So there'll be less money in Smart Scale. There'll be less money in the safety program. There'll be less money in the interstate operations and enhancement program. Ironically, there'll be less money in the state of good repair program, which also kind of helps with some of the condition items, but we're going to have those discussions. I expect they're going to take some time, but we will be taking that kind of into account as we move forward. So I know the commissioner whetted everyone's appetite at the last two meetings with some of those kind of presentations. We're now going to get into some of the meatier stuff in the coming months.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson.
To your point that we have the authority to set what we spend on maintenance, as a practical matter, though, do we not spend more on maintenance than what we budget? And has this been going on for several prior years? Or I can't believe we're hitting it, whatever the number is, but I'm just curious.
So I'm going to say back to you slightly differently what you said. If the law says a certain amount of revenues goes to the construction program versus the maintenance program, since this provision was put into the budget, with maybe the exception of a single year, I believe every year we have taken money from construction and used it for maintenance.
That was my recollection.
Yeah, so I think every single year, again, with maybe the exception of one, we have done that. Now, that amount has varied widely over that period of time, and I think on an inflation-adjusted basis, we are not at the highest level of that transfer, but it is something that this board has exercised its authority to do since 2004. All right, Ms. Pryor, the six-year improvement program?
Yes. All right, today I'm going to talk to you about the final FY 2027 to 2032 six-year improvement program. As I went through previously on the six-year financial plan and budget slide, the governor released her draft budget in December of 2025. I presented the draft six-year improvement program in April, followed by spring public meetings across the state. And today I'm presenting to you the final six-year improvement program for your action. Final six-year program is valued at $28.5 billion. That's an increase of $0.6 billion over the draft that was presented in April. The highway construction program includes $716 million in debt service, as well as funding to more than 4,300 projects. The current program includes $3.6 billion to be provided by others. As I mentioned before, that's a substantial increase over the draft program. So our regional partners are contributing greatly to the program. Improvement program incorporates the revenue assumptions I just reviewed with you from the FY 27 to 32 six-year financial plan. It also reflects selection of new revenue sharing and transportation alternative projects. It also reflects several new projects from the Innovation and Technology Transportation Fund, which has remained at $25 million annually as permitted in the code. Also, the unpaved road funding program is $25 million annually as provided in the code. The program also includes new state-of-good repair, bridge, and pavement projects. In terms of changes between the draft program and the final program, we held public meetings across the state. We have included some adjustments to projects based on the revised 26 budget. As you recall, there was about $130 million cut to the construction program to provide funding for emergency spending. We were able to backfill those projects that were cut in FY 26 with uplift based on increased revenues in 27, so that no projects will be delayed or not fully funded. We've also provided some updates to federal funding levels based on updated apportionment tables, and we've made some minor reductions across the construction formula programs based on revised assumptions in the 6-year financial plan. The slide just shows the 6-year total across our major program areas. You can see the State of Go Repair Program is at $2.5 billion, safety at $146 million, special structures remains at $513 million, unpaved roads and ITTF remain at $25 million, regional surface transportation program is at $898 million, and the CMAQ program is at $504 million. Continuing on with the major programs, the Construction District Grant Program, excluding the $25 million per year for unpaved roads, stands at $2.4 billion. I've shown the breakout there of the difference between the fuels tax generated supplemental DGP compared to the formula distributed DGP. The high priority projects.
Ms. Pryor, quick, so folks, just as a reminder, because these figures were consolidated for a number of years, and I think this leads to some consternation when we get into the smart scale rounds. In certain parts of the state that have regional authorities or transportation district commissions, every part of the state, I should back up, has this additive, quote unquote, regional or supplemental fuels tax. In some parts of the state, that is used specifically by an authority or transportation district commission for a regionally directed use. So for example, if you're on the I-81 counties, that money is dedicated to I-81. So what that means is when you're looking at the Stanton district, when we get to smart scale, you're gonna see the formula district grant program, and then you're gonna see the supplemental number, and the supplemental number is gonna be very small compared to the district number. Whereas if you go to the Culpeper district, because there are no transportation district commissions or regional authorities using these funds, you see a supplemental figure that is, I think, often equal or sometimes greater than the formula district grant program dollars. And so I want to keep showing these kind of separately to help people just see the difference there, because there's part of what every district gets from the state, and then there's this extra amount that's generated within the district and either stays within the district's district grant program or goes to a separate legislatively directed use, like VRE and WMATA in Northern Virginia, like 81 along the 81 corridor to CVTA in Richmond, or to HR TAC if you're in Hampton Roads. And so that's why you see these kind of larger supplemental figures when we show them differently in Lynchburg, Culpeper, Fredericksburg, and parts of the Richmond district. Ms. Pryor?
The high priority projects program, excluding the $25 million per year for ITTF, is at $1.5 billion. The interstate operations and enhancement program, including the I-81 regional fuels tax revenue the secretary just mentioned, but excluding the planned debt, is $2 billion. Revenue sharing is $637 million across the 6 years, and transportation alternatives is at $209 million. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and I will be bringing back an action item for your approval later today. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Are there any questions by the board? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Ware?
Good morning. My name is Deanna Wari. I'm the CFO for the Department of Rail and Public Transportation, here to present the 6-year improvement program for DRPT in our FY27 budget. So here's just a brief recap of where we've been and where we're going. We started the process in December. Between December and February of '26, we allowed grantees to submit applications. Our team reviewed those applications in February and March. My colleagues and I presented the draft SIP in April. We held public hearings in April and May. And then I'm back here today to talk about the final SIP and also to just at a very high level, highlight some of the changes we didn't have a lot of financial impact on between our draft and final. But there were three things that I'll just mention at a very high level. We did work with the governor's office to get additional funding for our FTA 5310 program, which serves seniors and populations with disabilities. And so we were able to fund a few additional rural grantees with some paratransit vehicles. And we also were able to increase funding for a few of our small urban areas and Richmond area grantees serving that population. So that was something that changed, and that was about $1.3 million change between draft and final. Additionally, we, in collaboration with a couple of grantees, there were some projects that were just not ready, and so they were removed from the SIP. These were small dollar projects, but they were taken out between draft and final. And then the final thing that changed between draft and final was that we did identify some old deallocated, deprogrammed, deobligated, however you refer to it, federal dollars that we had available to use sooner. And so we did apply, while total project costs didn't change, the percentage split between our federal, state, and local adjusted. And so we applied more federal dollars to some of the projects, lowering the state and local contribution. Those were the main changes between what was presented in April and today. This slide just shows at a high level the final last 3 years of the SIP and the allocations over that 6-year time period. And you can see the last column here, we're investing or programming $7.37 billion in rail and public transit. There have been increases in both the rail projects and our public transportation projects. This slide, again, is just very high level what's included on the public transportation projects for fiscal '27. Most of the funding is for the WMATA capital and operating, and then their dedicated funding. We also that's followed closely by our merit operating assistance and merit capital allocations. Not shown on this page, but also a part of the '27 allocations are the amounts that we have for the toll projects, I-395, the I-66 operating and capital projects, including the L'Enfance station improvements for VRE, and also a couple of other, the CMAQ, RSTP, and CRP projects that we received that are transit related from the Federal Highways Administration. This slide just summarizes our rail investments. For DRPT, we are suggesting or recommending a $19.7 million investment in our rail programs. $6.8 million for the freight rail program, $11.7 million for rail preservation, and $1.2 million for rail planning from the Commonwealth Rail Fund. And that is our budget, or our 6-year plan. Really wanted to highlight our fiscal '27 agency budget. There were really no changes between what was presented in April and where we are today. We still plan to invest $1.17 billion in state, federal, and local resources, and you can see the breakout on the slide. Our budget really is just what we expect to pay in invoices between July 1 of this year and June 30th of '27, and so it's our planned expenditures for the year. So there's slight differentiation in the budget and then the amount that we program in the SIP. So again, no real changes there. Our next steps are, once there's action taken on the SIP, we will post the accessible SIP on our website at the link referenced on the slide, and then as has already been stated, if there are updates from the budget from the General Assembly that impact our 6-year program and our agency budget, those updates will be shared with this board in July. Happy
Thanks
to
very much.
answer
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will actually get back to our regularly scheduled program. So, Mr. Short, you have a revenue sharing program presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I am pleased to share with you this morning a presentation on the revenue sharing program and a a modification that we'd like for the board to consider. You might be asking yourself, why are we having this presentation? We just went through the revenue sharing selections to afford an opportunity for the board's consideration, some public outreach and stakeholder engagement. We felt it, now that we're done with the current round, believe it or not, we'll start the application process again in early 2027, and wanted to get this in front of the board for your consideration. A couple of outcomes that we want to kind of do a review of with you today is to help navigate the conversation. This kind of summarizes what we'd like to cover. First is a quick overview of the program, some next some of the challenges that we've been experiencing, a proposal that we've developed that we believe will yield improved outcomes, and then next steps, including a follow-up presentation in July. So the revenue sharing program is immensely popular, as you know, for localities in that they generally use the program to support projects that are local importance and as an alternative to the Smart Scope program. This slide just provides a brief refresher. The application cycles happen every 2 years. It's a 50-50 state match program. And the fact that it's all state aid gets a lot of attention and interest, primarily because it's exempt from most federal requirements, which makes it particularly interesting and popular. Allocations are programmed in years 3 and 4 of the 6-year program, and they're limited to $10 million per application cycle, and no project can receive more than $10 million in allocations. Allocations are distributed in accordance with priorities set by Virginia Code, and those are, first, allocations are distributed to projects that are already included in, that already have revenue sharing allocations. Second, allocations are then provided to those that either meet a V-Trans need or accelerate a project in the locality's capital improvement program. Third, any maintenance project that addresses a deficient pavement resurfacing or bridge rehab. Then lastly, any other project that would otherwise be eligible that isn't included in one of the 3 priorities. If funds are depleted prior to completing all projects within a priority, any remaining funds may be prorated within that priority or allocated as otherwise directed by the CTB. And so that's really kind of what the crust of what I want to get to today is to talk about that proration process and some experiences that we've had for you all to kind of consider. To maybe dive in a little bit deeper on the current funding process, this slide represents the process that's been in place since 2015, and that's when the General Assembly last approved the Virginia Code updates language. And to help highlight the current funding process for the purposes of this slide, I'm only showing priority 1 and 2. And the reason for that is that priority 3 and 4, those projects haven't been awarded in nearly a decade because we've basically gotten to priority 2 and we run out of funding. So again, first, priority 1 projects are always fully funded, and then next are the priority 2. When that happens, what we do is we award up to $1 million per applicant. There were 33 projects this recent round, that were all fully funded, and they were all fully funded because they were all under $1 million or at $1 million. Some projects by their size are fully funded, as I mentioned, because they're less than $1 million, but most are prorated, as evidenced in the next few slides that I'll share with you. VDOT routinely receives requests for more funding than is available, and the requests, again, priority 1 and 2 always outweigh the funding that is available. So this slide gives you a comparison of each of the last 3 funding cycles from FY23, 25, 27, and I call your attention to the priority 2 number of projects specifically. The overwhelming majority of these projects receive partial funding, as I mentioned, which then essentially guarantee full funding. Not essentially, it does. It guarantees full funding in a subsequent round if the locality chooses to apply, if the estimate doesn't explode. Also, local funding commitments made at the time of a priority 2 application and upon receipt of a prorated award are oftentimes reduced by swapping out those local commitments the next time that they come in and they apply. And so as a priority 1. So they're able to get the full funding. The proration process also all but guarantees that neither priority 3 or 4 applications will receive any funding. And as I mentioned, that's been the case for nearly a decade.
Well, Mr. Short, can you go back? I apologize if he said this, but I just want to really stress this. Part of the reason we're having this discussion today about potential changes to this policy is we are seeing that with the partial funding of projects, we end up with projects that are in that disposition. They have a much higher cancellation rate than other projects. And so what we're seeing is we're basically putting, because of how the policy is structured, we're partially funding a lot of projects, and a healthy clip of those end up getting canceled, or they don't move until the next round. The local government understands whether they're getting additional funding, and at that time, inflation is unfriendly to them. And so if you look at each of these rounds, we had a total of $200 million available for award. You'll notice that more than $200 million was awarded in each round. And you're saying, well, how could that be? Canceled projects. Now, again, I'm sure there were a few projects that came in under budget as well that returned funds, but a healthy amount of that, those dollars over $200 million were because of canceled projects. And so we're trying to understand, is there a different way in which we can allocate these funds to reduce the number of canceled projects we see in the future so that more money is being put to use rather than sitting in an account waiting either for hope or light at the end of the tunnel in a future round or for a cancellation, depending on how it all turns out. Short.
Yep, thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Perfect timing. So this next slide actually provides that summary. Yeah, which is great. So canceled projects, we had 61% in the last 3 cycles, 61%, or nearly $50 million of balance entry was added to the program solely from canceled projects. $50 million, and that has. Stalls the program. Again, everything that the Secretary just sort of alluded to. The surpluses comparatively from completed projects equates to about $29 million. And again, the overwhelming majority of that nearly $50 million that's been returned from canceled projects in the last 3 years are projects that were prorated. So we're aiming to take a much more proactive approach to fully funding applications within the revenue sharing program. And because the proration percentage is determined after applications are submitted, applicants aren't even aware of how much revenue sharing they'll actually receive because that proration changes every single cycle. In some cases, they've been 83%. They've been as low as 35%, I think, in one year. So you can imagine the predictability of that is going to be very challenging. And to date, 22 brand-new projects funded in FY '23 and '25. So to date, 22 in the last 2 rounds, not quoting for the ones that Kim just reviewed, have been canceled. In most cases, the locality faced fiscal constraints and could not provide the local match that's required. And we believe fully funding more projects under Priority 2 will provide greater certainty for the applicant community and stronger buying power for the project and the taxpayer.
Secretary.
Ms. Sellers.
What is meant by the last bullet on this slide? Local funds committed applications are routinely replaced in future rounds.
That's right. Thank you, Ms. Sellers. So when an applicant applies under a proration, the project total may be, the estimate may be $5 million. And they may overstate their local contribution of what that project may cost, and then only to then swap out their local match when they apply in the subsequent round in Priority 1.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's really clever.
Yeah. Routinely happens.
It's really clever of them.
So let's see. So under this one, again, we're mentioned to do that. All right, there we go. So in essence, the proposal that we're asking the board to consider is to fully fund applications to the maximum extent possible until funding reaches a point that only a few remaining projects may be prorated. The next slide provides a comparison of what those outcomes from the recent round would have looked like had this approach been in place. So again, nothing changes with Priority 1. All those projects are fully funded as they've received prior revenue sharing funds. The changes to the funding process would occur exclusively within Priority 2. What we're proposing is to add a milestone, milestones within Priority 2 that allow the board to fully fund applications in steps. If we were to run out of funds to allocate in a step, all projects within that step would receive a prorated amount, or we'd approach the board to seek their guidance on how to allocate those funds. Following this approach, in the current round of applications would have led to 68 out of 82 Priority 2 projects being fully funded, 68 out of 82 instead of the 33 that were fully funded. And here's a comparison, and this illustrates, again, those outcomes during the recent round and what that would have been had this proposed approach been in practice. You can see that 68 Priority 2 projects versus 33 would have been fully funded, a jump from $12.6 million in awards to $122 million in awards. Just 8 Priority 2 projects would have received partial funding, again, because we ran out of funds, we couldn't award those, so just 8. And then, and each of those 8 projects were identified as having been supported by a study through our application process. And then lastly, 6 Priority 2 projects that were not existing projects in the 6-year program or supported by a study would not have received funding. So from a readiness perspective, these projects would have been passed over.
Sellers.
Of these 61 projects, how many of them involve projects that are abusing the program by coming forward and saying, oh, we need more money?
To which dollar amount are you referring to?
61 projects that are priority 1, so they're getting fully funded because they were a previous revenue sharing. How many of those projects, and you may not know that right now, are in that, with that last bullet? Those folks who are saying, oh, we need more money, but, you know, I'm gonna call it an abuse of the program. How, do we have any idea of how many of those projects would fall into that category?
I don't have an exact figure. I can get that for you, and would glad to share that as part of an update. It varies, as you'd imagine, round after round. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's pervasive, but it's enough of a case where we're seeing local funds swapped out that I added it as a bullet because we do see it enough. But that doesn't say I don't want to infer that every applicant is taking that approach.
Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Short, can you share with us how many applications were received and kind of a brief summary of how the vetting process goes when you receive it to see if they're, you know, they're validated with your process? And also, with the shortfall that we're seeing, how long does it take from the time that these are approved to the funds become available, and is that contributing to the cancellations?
So yes, I don't have the numbers today for the number of applications this round, but I'd be glad to get that to you. As it relates to your second question, that's this, you've just snuck into my last slide, because that's going to be the presentation that we want to bring back to you in July to talk about time, duration, cost, buying power, and the consequences to, so what we're working on right now for that presentation is partitioning out of specific to the revenue sharing program and the universe of that portfolio. What do those projects, what does that look like from a time and delivery standpoint? So we're excited about sharing that with you in July.
So, Mr. Short, before you leave this slide, I just want to make sure members of the board kind of understand what we're proposing here and the cadence of what is happening. So this is the first of a 2-part presentation on potential policy changes to the revenue sharing program. So you'll get a second one, as Mr. Short will tell you more about in upcoming slides in July, and then there will be potential action in September if you're comfortable with those changes. But today, the main goal, as I mentioned, is to ensure we are fully funding more projects so that those dollars actually in turn get put to use and we have less cancellations. What I want to make sure you're following, though, is how is that actually happening is we are creating greater stratification within priority 2. So today there's just 2 tiers with, if you will, within priority two, up to $1 million for an applicant, and then everybody else is prorated. What we're now saying is there will be, I think it's 6 tiers, if I can count my alphabet correctly. I think we've got E. So there's 6 tiers there, and we will fully fund within each of those tiers and then start proration once we get to a tier where we don't have enough to do anything. And so that's why we're able to more fully fund more projects under this concept kind of moving forward if it's something that you're comfortable with. So, Mr. Short, if you just go back to slide 9 for 1 second. So again, the way I'd encourage you to think about it today, there's tier A in priority 2, and then B, C, D, and E, and I can't count, it's 5, not 6. But B through E are all a single tier, and so we're just prorating within that tier. We're now saying, no, we're gonna stratify this further, and we're gonna look at 2B, and everything in 2B gets fully funded before we ever think about 2C. Once we fully fund everything in 2B, we move to 2C. Let's pretend for discussion purposes, when we get to 2D, we cannot actually fund everything. We would then prorate within 2D, and everything in 2E would receive nothing in this particular round. And so there will be consequences for particular local governments, depending on where you are. Those may be beneficial consequences of receiving more funding, or it may be that you get nothing, or potentially a higher level of proration than you otherwise would have received. But I want to be very clear, this is the mechanics by which we're effectuating that goal, is this greater stratification and tiering. And so instead of just a huge group there that get prorated, we're going to chop that group into 4 categories with your approval and concurrence, obviously. Ms. Sellers.
What if we throw out there, instead of doing all this prorating, that money just goes in? In the last meeting, Mr. Gribben brought up, what do we do with this excess money, but almost put it into like a rainy day account or some sort of fund. That way we're not encouraging people to put forward projects that we know we can't fund. And, we start a rainy day fund to help with some of these emergency costs.
That is certainly something the board could choose to do. I want to state what I think a follow-on effect would be, and I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. Would that effectively null and void priority 1?
Well, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Sellers, I would offer that in 2023, the board changed the policy, which afforded us, and we were very grateful for that, on off the top set aside of $5 million that goes into our balance entry to support projects that are facing a deficit at various tiers, at award and so on and so forth. I am immensely proud that since that policy was brought on from our staff's amazing work of clawing back funds that are facing surplus or aggressively moving those funds from canceled projects. In the last couple of years, we've redistributed almost $24 million back into projects that were facing deficit at award, which I think sort of gets to the rainy day fund. That has effectuated a reality that has been able to advance literally dozens and dozens of projects.
So I'm not necessarily suggesting it just stay in a rainy day fund for revenue sharing. If this is state money, then it's not encumbered by federal rules, if I understood that correctly at the beginning. So this could, in theory, be money that could go to help with other things that VDOT, and other needs in VDOT.
Ms. Sellers, just quick, this funding is by statute and the budget dedicated solely for revenue sharing. So
Right.
it can't, so it can do things within revenue sharing, but it can't go to a cost overrun on a high priority project, for example.
Well, this is an interesting program in the code because it says we cannot spend more than $100 million, but it doesn't say anywhere in the code that you have to fund the program at all, as far as, if I remember reading it correctly. So it's just an idea.
It is a fixed amount of funding, so there is a formula amount that we have to set aside for that. I think where the discretion does rest, though, is you don't have to spend it all in a given cycle or round, but we unlike maintenance versus construction, we do not have the discretion to redistribute a portion of revenue sharing funds, if you will, to other construction programs. It's I think Ms. Pryor reminded me, I assured her it would never go over 200 million some time ago when we wrote that 7% off the top would go to the construction program. I was wrong. she was right. It is now over 200 million, but it is a fixed 7% kind of takedown off the top of the construction program. And it can only go to the revenue sharing program, as the law is currently written today.
Well, I would like to see the conversation be of what, instead of prorating or partially funding any project, put it in that discussion of this rainy day fund type consideration and what happens to it. You know, from what the code allows, obviously, but to have that discussion rather than partially funding these projects that then we're just gonna see in a future round, and encouraging what I would say is an abuse of the program. So that would just be my kind of putting it out there of, instead of partially funding anything, put it in the set aside for now, and we'll figure it out later.
So what I would ask Mr. Short is, I know you have a second presentation that you're going to describe in more detail for July. In the July presentation, can you provide the board with kind of two options for what to do with funds when we get to a tier we can't fully fund, or it can be more than two, but at least one option that includes a rainy day fund and how we might deploy that, another that's the prorated one. And if you have any other ideas, I think you're welcome to bring those as well for the July discussion.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dunlop and then Mr. Gribbin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would also be interested in knowing who the losers might be in this process.
I'm just going to highlight that before I moved on from this slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
So, yeah,
Mr. Short, before we go to Mr. Gribbin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Two quick comments. First, can we go back to the other slide? If I understand, the intent is to have fewer partially funded projects, which is absolutely brilliant, so we get projects moving. If that's successful, will there be fewer priority one projects then in the next round?
That is
So-
an anticipated outcome, which then would push more funds into priority two, yes.
Right, so to be honest with you, I never understood priority one. I may understand it practically, but from an allocation to good projects, it doesn't seem to make much sense. So if we're squeezing that down and pushing more into priority two, that's really helpful. The second, which is not directly on this, but broader question that I have is, the communities are applying for these funds, right? And they're applying for Smart Scale, and they're applying for TAP, and they're applying. Could we just get a list of all of the funds that communities are applying with? And the question is really, and you face the same thing federally, is would we be better off having, distributions to communities where they then have flexibility to deploy those funds as they see fit? A little bit more of that, a little bit less of come to Richmond, ask for funds, we give them funds. And I'm not saying we're in a good place or a bad place now. I'd just be really curious as to how much time and effort communities are spending in applying to all these funds and kind of how burdensome that is.
We can certainly come back with that list in the future. I will say, in the past, prior to, you're stressing me, 2009 or 2010, we did have a funding formula that distributed funds directly to local governments.
Okay.
And one of the issues that the Assembly at that time saw, and part of why they pivoted away from that model, which does not mean it does not have merit in the future at that time, was what was happening is often local governments, once you chopped it up between, I forget how many counties, cities there are, the amount that anyone got, even if there were several $100 million in the program, often was a few $100,000 or less. And so the funds often then sat on partially funded projects. And so the idea at that time, which doesn't mean it shouldn't be revisited or considered, was that instead of giving everyone a crumb every year, occasionally they would receive a meal, which meant some years they might get nothing. But when they got something, it would be more fully funded. But we can certainly take a look at those items. And then the other thing, just to remind the board, is we can talk about changing the distribution, but that would also, ultimately, the General Assembly sets the parameters in which they kind of entrust the board. And so we can have the discussions, but we cannot make that change.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary, I would just also just to add that, certainly the revenue sharing program is arguably one of the more entrenched and connected funding programs to the Code of Virginia. So there are very specific parameters that are more so than maybe some other programs. I did want to hit on those orphan 6 projects, right? So under the funding scenario, those that would not be awarded. So those 6 projects, I think they came from like three or four localities, and each of those localities, in some instances, received more than 2 or 3 projects that were being fully funded in that tranche of 68 projects that would be fully funded under priority 2. So what I mean by that is they made multiple applications. When applicants submit, we ask them to rank and prioritize which ones they want funded first. So the projects that didn't make the cut, that are in that pool of 6, are oftentimes their bottom barrel applications. So under this, for all 131 projects that would have 137 projects that received funding, the every locality that applied got something. So even with the 6 that didn't, every locality did, because they applied for multiple projects. So just as a summary of the benefits, again, priority 1 would still be funded as it's previously had. Localities now will have a stronger chance of having multiple priority 2 projects funded, resulting in fewer priority 1 projects to backfill in subsequent rounds. Theoretically, we actually could see something that because of the applicant pool and available funds and the reclaiming of funds through surpluses or cancellations, we actually could see not only fewer priority 1 projects, all priority 2 projects being fully funded, and potentially getting to priority 3 as a potential, but that may be more aspirational. If an applicant has more than 1 priority 2 projects, they can request again $500,000 state funds, and that request would have never been funded under the current process. Applicants will receive full funding for at least their top ranked priority 2 applications, and that's not guaranteed now. This will permit more emphasis on funding existing 6-year projects with a solution that's supported by a study, improving the likelihood of the project reaching construction. And then also fully funding more priority 2 projects will make the timeline and local financial commitments more predictable and transparent for the applicant community. And then lastly, the buying power of the project investment will be significantly improved by dramatically reducing the funding lag that exists currently. So as the Secretary mentioned, some of our next steps, if acceptable to the board, we would amend the revenue sharing program guidelines to reflect the change, looking to bring that probably in September, with emphasis that the board has directed staff to take this approach. These changes would take effect in the next round, which would be in the spring of 2027, and we would certainly intend to provide the board updates and report outs of outcomes. Our concern, if it's not addressed by the board, is that a high percentage of projects will continue to receive partial funding, which lead to delay, the encumbrance of unspent funds, round over round local commitment, swapping of funds, and project cancellations. In June, we'll start, we've got a survey queued up that we'd like to socialize with stakeholders, beginning that work. Have a presentation for some revenue sharing project delivery expectations at your July meeting. We'll continue, again, with the board's blessing, some stakeholder engagement in July and August through additional survey and outreach to our local partners. And then lastly, in September, bringing a resolution for the board to consider these policy changes. And again, as I mentioned, they will take effect in the spring of 27. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short. And before we move to questions, I just want to prepare members of the board who haven't been here before when we've talked about changes to the revenue sharing guidelines. You should expect to hear from the localities in your district. As Mr. Short implied, this is a program with a lot of folks have a lot of strong feelings about, is how I'll choose to kind of describe that. And so we want to make sure we take the time as we consider these changes and give them the opportunity to provide that feedback, but also proactively seek their input. And so that's why we're putting out this survey in June. That's also why in the cadence here, we kind of have this timed out with August, where we don't have a meeting, where they can see everything and then let you know how much they like or feel otherwise about the recommended policy changes before a potential vote in September. But just want to warn those of you who haven't been here in the past, if it just tends to be a lot of engagement on this topic, and so I hope you look forward to discussing the revenue sharing program for the next few months, because I expect you will be. And with that, are there any questions for Mr. Short?
Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
this program seems to me very well received out across the Commonwealth, and I appreciate your cautionary statement there about the feedback we're likely to be receiving. But unlike many programs, I've noted that this one has a 100% success rate for funding priority projects. But this program also has a very sobering component, and that is that the locality has to put up at least 50% of the cost of the project. Now, my understanding, Mr. Short, is that that 50% put up by the locality can come from whatever sources. It could be locality funds, it could be developer funds, it could be maybe even federal funds if they're able to get some. Is that generally correct or not?
Well, I hope I don't sound too much like an attorney when I answer this, but our agreement that we enter into commits the locality to provide local funds, and it's just as to the source, we leave it to their discretion, but ultimately the locality is responsible.
As a point of clarification, they cannot use state funds they have
They cannot use
otherwise
state funds.
received from this body. They cannot use federal funds that this body has awarded to them. And I also, if I recall correctly, and I'm looking back at Ms. Pryor, they cannot use federal funds that they may otherwise receive that they control directly, like the Regional Surface Transportation Program. So it does have to be some sort of source generated by a local tax or provided through an agreement with a local developer or some sort of tax district or other thing at that local level.
And one further question, if I may. How long has there been a $10 million maximum on the amount that would be funded?
So I think since 2018,
It was 2015.
2015.
Okay, well, we all know that $10 million doesn't buy today what it bought in 2015 or 18 or whatever. Has any consideration been given, and I'm not sure, I think this is a good idea, by the way. Has any consideration been given to
Those are the best.
increasing the amount of the project that could be funded?
Maybe Dr. Smoot, what I would suggest, and I'd look for your kind of just reaction to this, is that Mr. Short, when he comes back in July, can show us maybe how, with the new rules and potentially a cap greater than 10 million, that would have affected the distribution of funds. And so I know one of the reasons, because unfortunately I was here at the time when we changed it and put in place the $10 million cap, what we had at that time is I think it was actually $10 million per year, and now it's $10 million per round. And so it was, there's always been a 10 million kind of floating out there. It was just whether it was in a single fiscal year or over 2 fiscal years. Is what we had was there was a tension between some of the larger jurisdictions and some of the smaller jurisdictions, and concern that the larger jurisdictions who had the greater ability were coming in and taking $10 million each year, or said differently, $20 million each round. And so the rationale of the board at that time, as it was articulated out loud, was that they wanted to kind of put in a cap to allow more funds to go to more places. That does not mean that's right or that's wrong. That was just their intent at that time. And so, Mr. Short, what I'd ask is just in your July presentation, and we can talk about this offline, just think of how you could show us what might have happened over the last 2 or 3 rounds if that was a higher kind of level. Now, we will be limited in doing that, in that people applied knowing what the cap was, and so we'll have to think about how we kind of work through that, Dr. Smoot, but maybe we can try and show you some ways of what the implications could be.
I think to Mr. Secretary that I might offer is that could be interesting is to show representation. And I don't know if I'll have a global pie chart or bar graph, but something that could illustrate the scale of the local contributions, and in some cases, even at a full allocation of $10 million on the match, for revenue sharing, it dwarfs what the whole total project cost is, right? So for those are like in the larger pools for MBTA and HR TAC, some of those projects are so large that the rev share kind of dwarfs it.
there any other questions for Mr. Short? All right, I'm just going to run quickly back over what I've heard you all ask for to make sure we haven't missed anything. So we're going to look at the concept of a rainy day fund / other options instead of prorating when we get to a particular tier in priority 2 or anywhere, as the case may be. We're also going to look at whether or not we need to consider any modifications due to applicants swapping out local funds in round 1. I do think there is, as Mr. Gribben noted, a relationship between if we make some of these changes, how much round 1 is there, particularly if we don't prorate. Because if we're not prorating and we're fully funding, I'm not sure there is a priority 1 anymore, just to kind of say that out loud. We're also going to look at whether the $10 million cap should be raised, and then separate from revenue sharing, but a general request is just a list of programs that require applications and what the kind of quantum of money that local governments can apply for in those programs are. Mr. Lawson.
As part of that, because I think you can double up on these things, you can do part of a project with one application and then the other part of it. So when we're considering the 10 million, are folks effectively getting 20, for example, in that scenario?
I think the way things work today, it is possible that someone could come in one round and get, I think there's a limit of 5 million per project in a round, so they could get 5 million in a round as a priority 2, and the next round they could come back and get 5 million more in priority 1, but I don't think they could get 10 and 10. Because there's 2 caps. There's both a $10 million cap per applicant and a $5 million cap per project.
Right, we have seen that through phasing, right? So, you know, that's someone will have a termini, and we have seen that.
It'd be interesting to see how many of those have actually come to fruition, in your opinion, whether they're a good thing or a bad thing.
Glad to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you.
The next presentation we have is by Mr. Habib, and this is an overview of Virginia's public-private partnership process here. Guys, this is just kind of a presentation that you're getting today, as we expect that there may be some discussions about P3 projects over the coming years, and we wanted to make sure, as it's been a while since there's been a presentation before this body, that you understood how kind of this process works. Importantly, where you are engaged in this, and then also kind of how the process works overall, because while you are the policy-setting board and you adopt these guidelines, the way this is structured is a lot of this does go kind of into the administrative process for purpose of negotiations and ability to kind of execute a deal, though there are briefings and potential votes by this body depending on the specifics of a project. And so with that, Mr. Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I guess you took care of the first half of my slide. So we're here to, as a follow-up to last month's presentation, in terms of the express lanes projects, there was a request to look at the overall P3 process. So the intent today is to give you, as the Secretary alluded to give you an overview of the process itself, and of course your role when it comes to P3s in general. I will add that Virginia is widely viewed as a leader in P3s. That's not because we enacted the legislation 30 years ago, but because the process we have in place is very transparent, and it emphasizes on accountability, risk management, as well as public interests. And because of that reason, other states who are now looking at P3s, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, they have been reaching out to us to get that guidance, those lessons learned that they can apply to their projects in order to make sure that they're successful. There are 2 enabling legislations in Virginia. The first one is the Public-Private Transportation Act of 1995, or PPTA, and Public-Private Education Facilities Act of 2002, or PPEA. But for today's conversation, we're going to focus on PPTA because that has been our primary focus for the past 30 years. So let's talk about the team that delivers these projects, and there will be placed. So the P3 office was created in 2010 as a statewide resource for identifying, developing, procuring these P3 projects under the PPT and PPEA. But as I said, that our focus has been the PPTA for the past 20, 30 years. Our office, as well as its predecessor, the Innovative Project Delivery Division, has delivered over $20 billion of infrastructure throughout the Commonwealth. We work very closely with the Secretary's office, as well as BDOT leadership and DRPT and other agencies to look at alternative delivery for projects for all modes of transportation. We also have a public-facing website, which is a very great resource for anybody looking to look at copies of our contracts, as well as some fact sheets about the projects that we have, as well as our guidelines and manual that it's also posted on our website. So what is a public-private partnership? So the standard definition is a contractual agreement between a public agency and a private agency to understand and to meet the public needs by allocating the risks to the party that is best equipped to mitigate or manage those risks. And these partnerships come with a lot of benefits. First one being able to deliver the project faster. There are also efficiencies when it comes to having a single entity design, construct, and operate the facility. Private sector often brings innovation when it comes to construction, technologies, and various financing methods. We're also able to enhance our forecasting and budgeting predictability for public sector through fixed pricing. One of the key ones would be the construction and financial risk that can be shared or transferred to the private sector. And I think one of the examples I want to give you is when you look at our express lanes projects in Northern Virginia, these are revenue risk deals, which means the private sector takes the risk on the revenue. So during COVID, when the traffic dropped completely, there was no recourse to the Commonwealth. The private sector took the risk, so they took the loss as well as maintained the facility per the required provision of the contract. These P3s also allow the ability to generate revenue for investments. So when you look at our managed lanes projects, there's a lot of funding coming for transit funding and corridor improvements from these projects. So that's a key benefit of these P3 projects. Now, with the benefits, there are, of course, misconceptions when it comes to P3s. Some of the ones that I've heard is, P3 is equivalent to privatizing the asset. That is not true. We maintain ownership of the asset at all times. As a matter of fact, there are strict performance matrix in place to make sure that the concessionaire maintains the facility based on the requirements of the contract. Tolling is inherent to P3s. Again, not true. Tolling could be one of the funding sources, but not the only funding source. We have delivered design-build projects under the PPTA legislation and also the revenue risk deals. So again, it's not always the case, but that is a common misconception that we have seen in the industry. P3s are not transparent. Again, not true. Our guidelines are very transparent because it requires early engagement with the stakeholders. We have public sector analysis and competition, which is a statutory requirement. We'll get into that here shortly, as well as the oversight from a steering committee that maintains, and this board to make sure that there's transparency in the entire process. Lastly, what I've heard is that P3s are appropriate for every project. Again, not true. Not every project fits the bill for a P3. That's why we do the screening process to make sure we understand the risks and the complexity for each project to determine whether they are suitable for a P3 or not. So looking at your role in this entire process, all P3 projects, CTP and steering committee provide oversight and transparency. The steering committee, it is a statutory required body that includes Deputy Secretary of Transportation, 2 CTP board members, staff director of the House and Senate Money Committees, VDOT CFO, and a non-agency public financial expert. Per the 2017 guidelines, for each project, CTP is briefed at least 5 times, and the steering committee meets 3 times during the procurement process. It's a multi-layered governance structure. Actually, there are 3 layers. The first layer is the Commissioner of Highways, the decision maker. Second layer is the PPT steering committee, which is that independent validation of the process. And lastly, the public oversight from this board. There are 2 documents that really drive the process: the public sector analysis and competition, or the public option. It's also known as the value for money analysis in different states and at the federal level, and of course, the finding of public interest. The public option assesses whether traditional delivery is more feasible than the P3 option. So what we do is we look at the cost and the risk between the public option as well as the P3 option to determine which one makes more sense. In the finding of public interest, that's an actual document that justifies why P3s make sense. And again, both of these documents are not one and done. We start this process in the development phase and then refine the assumptions, because the more we know about these projects, the more we're able to refine these documents until the procurement is completed. So in terms of the procurement process, in the screening phase, the potential projects for P3s are identified by VDOT as solicited projects or given unsolicited by the industry. We perform the initial screening to look at the technical, legal, and financial feasibility of the project, with the goal that if the project meets our strategic goals, public benefit, and is feasible, we move on to the next phase. And CEO of the, or Commissioner of Highways, in this case, makes a determination, and the CTB gets briefed on their project.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson.
I'm sorry, but the slide before,
Yes, sir.
do we have open P3 projects now?
So we are working on a few opportunities that will be coming to the board, and as one of the things that Secretary mentioned, that one of the projects we're currently looking at is the 95 express lanes, which are currently reversible. We are considering those we're looking into options to make them bidirectional, and that's something we are working with Transurban.
What I'm more focused on, because I can't recall this in my 4 years,
Sure.
who are the two CTB members that are on a steering committee? And is it a steering committee for each discrete project or as a whole?
So, Mr. Lawson, because we haven't had a steering committee. I think the last time I was here, I was the chair as deputy secretary, so that just dates kind of the last time we did this. It was a while ago. We have talked with the Attorney General's office to understand that, because we've actually, since this requirement was put in law, never had two simultaneous steering committees at the same time, or two projects, I should say, at the same time. The Attorney General's office has advised that we can have different representation for different projects. So for example, if there were two active P3 procurements in two different parts of the state, we could have different CTP representatives serving as those members, which is also another way of saying there's no fixed, it is always Ms. Sellers forever for 4 years and never anyone else. It is on an ad hoc basis as we create the steering committee for a particular project in its review. It would be my intent, though, that when we're in a project, as the steering committee meets multiple times, that is the same CTP members on that particular steering committee over the life of kind of the consideration of the various
The
approvals.
life of that project?
Correct, yes, sir.
I understand. Thank you.
So when at the end of the screening phase, that will be the first time the CTP gets briefed, so that's just meeting number one. After the project is screened, anything that shows potential, we move on to the project development phase, and that's where we do some more in-depth analysis when it comes to the public sector option and the finding of public interest. So we conduct a detailed analysis looking at the finances of the project. We also have the option to do initial market sounding. That pretty much means that we reach out to the industry to get their initial feedback on the prospect or the potential projects to see if there's an interest on delivering the project as P3. Then we also start developing the finding of public interest. And again, the goal of this process is to decide if it makes more sense to go P3 or public, and what must the P3 offer to make the deal better. And at the end of this phase, CTP and the steering committees are briefed. Steering committee must concur with VDOT analysis, which is the public option analysis, and the finding of public interest to move this project to the procurement phase. Without that, the project will not move forward.
And so, Mr. Review, just to pause here a little bit, because this is pretty important, and this was one of the big reforms we put in place in around 2015, first administratively, and then through law. So for all projects, say we decide it might make sense to consider a P3. We won't obviously know until you complete a procurement. But by putting together this public option, we will always have a way to deliver a project. And we will know whether it will require a public contribution or won't require a contribution up front. And so to Mr. Habib's point, we're going to the steering committee, we're saying, here are the assumptions we've made as we've put together this public option. Are these reasonable? And the purpose there is to make sure that we have kind of a thoughtful and workable public option. So if we end up needing to go there at the end, it is something viable that we can implement to be able to deliver the project. And the idea here is there were times in the past where the way the P3 process was structured, we could end up in negotiations. and we will never be stuck in kind of a negotiation for a new project moving forward. We will know what the main concepts and contours of that project are. They can change, right? I want to be clear, because there are modifications that are possible. But, if it's a dynamic pricing, we'll know it's dynamic pricing and those types of things. And we'll know whether it requires a public contribution, if we're to do it publicly, and what it would be. And when we're going through this process, what we're doing is we're challenging the private sector to beat us. If they don't, we still have an opportunity as the public sector to move forward with a way to finance this project. And that was a major kind of change in how Virginia approached B3s that was put in place with the I-66 outside the Beltway procurement, and then later codified into law with the statutes that Mr. Habib referenced on the previous page. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, we start with trying to figure out what the project would cost us, VDOT, if we were to build it.
Yep.
As opposed to soliciting requests for information from the private sector as to what they think they could do that project for.
There may be some informal engagement before that to talk just broadly about contours, but once we start moving towards a procurement, we start to hone in on a concept, and we figure out both what it would cost us to build, but as importantly, if there's a revenue source involved, what we could finance it for. So just really important to remember, and when it comes to, we're talking about a P3 that involves a user fee, the state has the ability to issue what's called 9C debt. This is legislatively authorized debt, but it does not impact the debt capacity of the Commonwealth, because we would basically certify that the debt can be paid by the user fees collected. So colleges do this, for example, with parking decks and dorms and other things of that nature. That is AAA rated debt. So said differently, cheapest debt that's out there. But again, it's conservative case, right? Because we don't want it to ever need to go back into the state tax revenues, and to be clear, with its structure, it can't. And so that is a conservative case. And then what we're giving the opportunity for the private sector to do is to say, will they take a more aggressive posture as we go through this process, and will they be able to deliver the project for a lower kind of public contribution or a greater outflow of cash, if that's the case, as we move through the process. And I'm kind of jumping ahead in Mr. Habib's presentation, probably slightly to his frustration.
I'm curious,
Mr. Lawson.
and I'm at the risk of frustrating you further.
It's fine.
Are we doing this per the manual from 2017, what is it, 6.0, whatever version we're on now? Or is this a separate policy that you're
No,
describing?
these are the same things.
Same policy. So the public sector option, that's statutory requirement, but our last update to the manual was in 2017. Yes, sir.
2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It reflects that statutory.
Correct,
Okay.
that is correct. So the public option, I would in a way consider that as our baseline, as the Secretary alluded to, that's we know what it would cost us to deliver the project, and then we challenge the private sector to beat that price for us. So, looking at so once the steering committee gives us a concurrence on the project development, we move on to the procurement process. So we, initial RFQ is issued, and we receive responses on the RFQ from the industry. At the same time, we complete our any environmental process that's in the works. By policy, we cannot issue an RFP until the NEPA is completed. So that's by policy. I think it was lessons learned from Route 460. Just to focus a little bit on the RFP, what makes our process unique is we're able to issue a draft RFP along with a draft agreement to the public for transparency. And during that time, we also hold one-on-one proprietary meetings with the private sector to really engage with them on alternative concepts, whether it's technical concepts or financial concepts. Then we gather the information that we receive from the industry, as well as the public comments before we issue the final RFP. So again, there's a process that we go through to make sure there's transparency, that we're listening to the industry, we're listening to the public. So the goal for the RFQ is to decide whom should be on the short list, and based on their proposals, if it's still in the public interest to proceed, then the steering committee takes a vote following the CTB briefing. And the goal for the RFP is that if the proposals meet the key business terms and the targets we're comfortable with the public feedback, the goal is to select the proposal. So those are the two main goals for the procurement process. With a preferred bidder, yes, sir.
Thank you. P3s are near and dear to me being Eastern Virginia because there were some disastrous mistakes made on some of the arrangements in the past. And lessons learned, I just want to make sure that we've learned. I think the public wasn't engaged enough perhaps on some of the decisions. Ultimately, who signs off on this? If the steering committee makes recommendations, who has to sign off?
So I'm going to answer your specific question, but then also just make some commentary on your initial kind of comment there. So at the end of the day, the signatory authority to execute a P3 agreement is the agency director. So if it's a roadway, it's the commissioner. If it's a transit project that falls under DRPT, it's Director Zimmerman. There are a host of other potential, signatures that have to happen. So I believe myself, along with the Secretary of Finance, have to sign a certification or concur with a certification that they make, that at the end of a procurement, the major business terms and the maximum public contribution that we previously identified has not been exceeded for the contract to kind of go into effect. And so those are the various kind of signatures there. But the steering committee, importantly, on the front end of the process, also brings in the legislative branch. And so, if we're talking about the General Assembly, there's only two committees that actually have full-time staff, House Appropriations and Senate Finance and Appropriations. And traditionally, their staff directors have been those two representatives on that steering committee. And so we're getting kind of buy-in from the legislative branch on what we think at the beginning. But once we start moving, it is those signatures I talked about at the end that can allow the project to kind of proceed. With those checks and balances of we've set the major business terms, we've set the maximum public contribution, and those types of items there. But you hit on something really important, Mr. Coleman, which is these are 50-plus year deals often, and it is very important that the public understands what we're doing and trust the process that we're proceeding with. And so a number of the procedures that Mr. Habib is walking through are things that were put in place in response to some of the projects there. And I want to be clear, it is the public sector's responsibility to do these things. It is not the private sector's responsibility. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers, and they're our assets. And so that means we have to have these discussions. We have to engage citizens and local elected officials and make sure they have an understanding of what kind of the concept is before we get too far down the road to make sure there's a level of comfort and buy-in with those projects.
Ms. Cole, just to answer, also add to what Ms. Secretary just said, if you look at our manual guidelines, it's a 60-page document, so there's a lot of transparency. I mean, we're trying to condense everything in 10 slides, but there's a lot of process, there's a lot of steps we go through to make sure that we maintain that transparency, we get the public feedback, and, that there's all the requirements are being followed. So, I would encourage to take a look at the guidelines that we have on our website. Again, they're very detailed in terms of the process we go through. And it's also used as a tool for the industry because they want to know exactly how they'll be evaluated. So, but it's a good read at this period of time.
And then one other thing, the steering committee meetings, in the past, a lot of these processes, particularly some of the ones you're referencing, were done kind of behind closed doors. There's a statutory requirement that these steering committees all be open to the public. And so there was kind of a position that the department took 15, 20 years ago where they said that everything involved in these procurements is kind of proprietary. We really drilled into that in the 2014, 15 timeframes, and we said, some of it is, right? When the private sector gives us their revenue expectations or other things of that nature or unique ideas they might have to enhance the revenues or reduce cost on a project, that stuff is proprietary. But the bulk of this stuff is not. So like what type of tolling is it? What do we think the toll rates might be if it's TICs, tolls, other things? That is all public, and that, again, is a change from kind of the project you're referencing, Mr. Coleman.
So once we have identified the preferred proposer, we go through the negotiations process, and before we sign the agreement, there's an audit that's required per statute, and that is to make sure that we followed all the regulations, all the laws in terms of procuring the selected bidder. A certification by the commissioner is signed, certifying that fighting public interest is still valid, and the major business terms were not changed, and the maximum public contribution is not exceeded. So again, it's a process that I mentioned earlier that it's a process that gets revised throughout the entire until the end to make sure that we are meeting the best interests for the Commonwealth. And the goal of this process, this stage, is to sign the deal if the proposal is still better than the public option. We then brief the CTB on the final deal, votes to allocate funds if there's any allocation required by CTB, and the steering committee is also briefed. Now, one of the key things, provisions of these contracts is the ability to expand or enhance these projects. So there's a language that exists in all the contracts that either allows the department or a concessionaire to make enhancements to the existing contracts. And we have done several of these projects through concessionaire enhancement mechanisms such as I-395 express lanes, the Fredericksburg extension, and the 495 Northern extensions. Those are all enhancements under the existing contracts we have with Transurban. An example for a department enhancement would be the 95 I-23 progressive design build. That is a project that touches 95 express lanes. But again, that was something that the department has also had an option to pursue. And what's on the screen is just a sample language from the 95 project that shows how the process or what allows a concessionaire to enter into these enhancements. So the process for these enhancements are fairly simple. There is no steering committee. CTB is briefed at least once. We start off by developing a framework agreement with the concessionaire that outlines roles and responsibilities, outlines the objective. We then move into the procurement phase, and we develop proposal specs, term sheets, technical requirements, do any NEPA analysis, anything that's required for the project, and then move on to the commercial close. Again, that's the pretty standard way of enhancing these projects. But the reason why there's no steering committee is because the deal was already made here before. It's just an enhancement of the existing contract. There's no new project that we're proposing.
And so, Mr. Habib and members of the board, so to kind of just draw a distinction, if we were to talk about doing something on the I-81 corridor, if we were to talk about the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and the 495 South Side Express lanes, those would be governed by the first process Mr. Habib laid out, where it would go through the steering committee, because those would be brand-new procurements on kind of a section of, if it's highway or roadway where there is not an existing agreement. If we're talking about like 95 express lanes and trying to convert that from reversible to bi-directional option, we can't really bring in somebody else. We already have an agreement with Transurban on that corridor, and it would be uniquely awkward to have somebody else come in and build something right next to them that would go, in different directions at different times of the day. It's unfeasible. Like similarly, when we did the 2.5-mile extension of the 495 Capitol Beltway Express lanes north to the George Washington Parkway, that was done as a concessionaire project enhancement because logically the only thing that kind of made sense was to utilize and leverage our existing concession agreement. And so I just want to kind of stress the differences there, because you may see a mix of these as we move forward, and that's some of the distinctions that I want to make sure you understand about what will have the steering committee and what may not.
This is a map of all the projects we have delivered into the PPTA. The ones in orange are the concessionaire-operated facilities. The one in red is the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project, which again it's a design-build project that was procured under the PPTA. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that's one of the unique features of our framework that allows us to deliver design-build projects. The one in blue are also design-build projects. The purple are the Coalfield Expressway. It's a different status. I think, as I understand, is only quarter Q section has been completed or is under construction. The rest of the sections of the Coalfield Expressway has no funding attached to it, so the status of those are unknown at this point. But as you can see, there's a significant footprint of P3s or PPTA projects throughout Virginia. So looking at Northern Virginia, we have 88 miles of concession-operated managed lanes in service between I-95, 395, 495, and 66 outside the Beltway. These are all facilities that have the same tolling policy. HOV3 rides for free. Buses, motorcycles, emergency vehicles can travel for free. We're also expecting $5.1 billion in transit funding from these projects throughout the term of these agreements. So there's significant funding coming for the region from these projects. In Central Virginia, we have the Pocahontas Parkway, which is the 8.5-mile toll facility that connects 95 and State Route 150 in Chesterfield County. In Hampton Roads, we have our downtown Midtown tunnels. It is a toll facility. The concessionaire contributes $3.2 million a year in toll relief for low-income users. which escalates at 3.5% per year. And then there's also the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Expansion Project, which again, it's a design-build project, but it was procured under the PPTA. There's an appendix at the back end of this presentation for supplemental information if anybody is interested, but that concludes my overview of the project. Yes, sir.
Mr. Beeben, just one second, Mr. Lawson. So just the way I would encourage you guys to kind of think about the structure for the new projects is, in all of these, once we have done some initial due diligence, which may involve, informal engagement with the private sector, we basically figure out what is the project we think should be built, and if the public were to finance it, how much would it cost us in terms of any contribution, or how much money might it provide for other enhancements to the corridor. We then formally engage the private sector. We have to get buy-in at the front end from a committee that involves legislative staff. Once we have that buy-in, it then moves fully into the executive branch kind of court, if you will. And at that point, we proceed with a full procurement. And when we receive the RFP responses, if the private sector provides a bid that meets the major business terms and delivers a project at for lower cost than what the public could otherwise do, we'll move forward with one of those private proposals to deliver that project and allow them to, design, build, construct, finance, operate, and maintain it. If they submit a proposal that either doesn't align with the major business terms or requires more funding than it would if we were to publicly deliver that project, we say thank you for your time, and we move forward and we publicly deliver that project. And this is a very, very important protection for the state. It helps us ensure there's always competition. One, we hope to have multiple competition from multiple private sector parties, but if we don't, there's still competition from the public sector. And the private sector has to beat the public sector before they get a right to operate one of our facilities and deliver that project for us. And we have seen this really bear fruit. So the first time we did this concept was on 66 outside the Beltway. Before we instituted this kind of regime, if you will, the private sector was telling us that the project was going to require $900 million in public contribution funding kind of upfront, and could do nothing to support transit or other enhancements to the corridor, including like park and ride spots in the original construction. We said, okay, well, we want to take another look. We hit pause. We went back and we, updated our traffic and revenue. We said, what transit do we think there should be? What park and ride lots do we think there should be? And what do we think the project might generate in user fees? And when we did that, we said, actually, we only need $600 million in upfront public contributions. You can support $800 million in transit service and net present value over the life of this deal. You can afford several thousand park and ride spots. And in addition to that, there's about $600 million at a 6.14% discount rate that will be available over the term for other corridor enhancements. And that became our baseline deal. At that point, private sector, beat this or we're not interested. And I'll just say, interestingly, over the course of 12 months, the position of our private partners changed radically. And two, we're now able to beat what previously they said wasn't possible to do. In fact, one beat it so significantly that we didn't need any public funds, and we received a $572 million check that the Commonwealth deposited and then used for other improvements in that corridor. So this is a long-winded way of saying it's really important to have safeguards, but it's also really, really important to have competition, because you never know what someone can do until you have them competing with someone else to deliver that project. So with these rules, we are trying to foster, one, greater private sector competition by creating a clear process where they believe they have a competent counterparty, and we are a competent counterparty here in Virginia. In other states, they have difficulty sometimes engaging with the public sector. But on top of that, if only one private party is interested, they are still competing, and they're competing with us. And if they can't beat what we can do for ourselves, we're not interested. We will deliver that project, right? So to Mr. Habib's kind of misconception slide here at the beginning, it said, not all projects are appropriate for P3s, and that's a factual statement, but it's also not all private partners are appropriate for every project. And so if they can't beat our deal, we're just not going to move forward. And so I just wanted to kind of just really hammer home those points, because I know it's been a while since we've talked about P3s at this body. Mr. Lawson.
Timing of this is just perfect. I mean, it's critical. And frankly, I think it's the only way we're going to get some of these projects done. I appreciate your encouragement to read the manual. What I would also, though, is encourage that we read other manuals. I read it. I also read George's. George's was updated in March of this year. And I would suggest that as we think about process, that we lean in hard on the private sector. And one thing Georgia does, which intrigues me, I agree, when you hit an RFP, we're kind of stuck. And at that point, we then need to get proposals, hard proposals from competitors. They seem to want, and in their manual, have more one-on-one meetings, confidential meetings. They reimburse for engineering to encourage the private sector to get to the details of what things are really going to cost. And they do an RFI as opposed to an RFP to get that information. Because to your point, I don't think we beat up on the private sector. I think they probably understood on 66 what they could do. And if you're willing to pay them for something that they were willing to do for free, they'll let you do that. But as it turned out, we did smoke out or draw out the fantastic deal where we don't pay anything and we cash a check. And I think the only way we're going to get there, and I think we ought to really look hard at this Georgia manual. You said they look to us.
Yes, sir.
I think we may learn a little from them, and we may get to another fantastic place where we think we're going to spend billions of dollars on a corridor like I-81, and we may actually be getting that concession payment. And so the key is, how do we tease that out? And my recommendation from reading both of these manuals is we may want to tweak our process a little bit. It's my suggestion.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Lawson. I'm going to kick it to the commissioner here in a moment. It has been a while since we've updated our guidelines, so I think it's always appropriate to take a look at those and kind of make sure we're reflecting kind of the most up-to-date practices there. I also do want the commissioners to quickly go over we do some of those things. I don't know whether they're in the guidelines. I know we didn't talk about as much in the presentation, but Commissioner, could you just walk through kind of the soft market soundings and one-on-one meetings and the other things we do?
So, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, other states do look to us to lead the way. When Georgia was standing up their P3 office, they came to us as well. They've read our manual. Tennessee has done the same thing recently, and South Carolina is in the process of standing up their organization. What Mr. Habib has presented within roughly 10 slides does cover what, by and large, Georgia is doing, Tennessee is doing, and ourselves. There are some tweaks to it. Throughout this entire process, there has been a framework and a foundation built around the Virginia model in other states. The RFI that you've referenced is something that we started at a very early stage, even before, as we're still developing a project. It's not an RFI in certain terms. We use what's called soft market soundings. And I'll give an example right now that we're using a soft market sounding in advance of what we anticipate the 495 South Side project to be. That is from Springfield interchange eastward, hopefully across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. In that case, this helps us inform what the scope of the project is, what it could support, and whether we think that there are certain terms or objectives that are just untenable for the private sector to bid on, or are there things that are more attractive to the private sector to be able to push them into. This includes financing terms. This includes design features. This includes hours of operations and maintenance, number of lanes, so on and so forth, and the term of the contract. So we start that process when the project is in a very early state. Whether we want to call it an RFI or a soft market sounding that are reflective, as we go through this process in the RFP stage, and Mr. Beebe touched on it, we do have proprietary meetings with the individual concessionaires as they develop the project. And the whole purpose of that is each concessionaire has different risk profiles and different risk tolerances. And that, and I'll be specific to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, as we went through the entire concept, and the reason why we went through that concept was our typical design process has been immersed tube construction activities. Is there a better mousetrap to get from point A to point B? And what I mean by that is, if we did a design-build project, we would probably say, build 2 tunnels, or build 2 islands, link the 2, put in an immersed tube, figure out how you deal with the Navy and their ships. In this process, we said, we want to get from the Hampton side to the Norfolk side. You could have a tunnel 3.5, 4 miles in length, doesn't bother us, provide these technical concepts. And as we evolved, it became apparent that the most effective way was build another set of islands next to each other but use a tunnel boring machine in this case. But as we went through the procurement and identified through our proprietary technical meetings, one, we were able to look at the risk profile, challenge them on the construction, and as part of that risk, be able to drive down project costs. And as a result, is part of the funding that's necessary. So what I am trying to say is that what you have, Georgia's model, and we'll take another look at what they have written, absolutely. The best mousetrap is that we're going to steal ideas from other states and put them to practice where they are appropriate and practical. Having said that, I just want to reassure this body that we do listen to the private sector. We do push them on everything from financing terms to their credit worthiness, whether we can drive their AAA rating to a triple B plus and get better terms to be able to leverage them in a different way on their credit. Those are all those conversations that happen on the commercial end with Mr. Beeb's team, a set of financial advisors, legal sets of teams behind us to be able to drive it. I hear the message that 2017 was the last time we updated these guidelines. Happy to say that I've been carrying around with me for the last 2 weeks, one of which unfortunately under the weather, trying to read 70-page red line document of changes to the manual, just did not materialize. So this presentation is the precursor to, one, updating the guidelines that we have in place today, and then two, Mr. Beebe touched based on the enabling legislation on PPEAs that we will put forth to this body a set of guidelines to be able to advance PPEAs moving forward.
So I think the point we're trying to convey is we absolutely believe in the need to engage the private sector throughout this process. We will definitely take a look at the Georgia guidelines, Mr. Lawson, that you brought up. And I do think, let's be very clear, like they had a spectacular result down there on the Georgia 400 project. And so we should make sure we know what they did and understand where their difference is and whether we want to change our process to reflect that, because clearly that was an impressive outcome down there, but we do take the engagement with the private sector seriously, and I do think, we have made changes to projects. The commissioner referenced the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. I'd also on I-66, we had 2 proposers who submitted there. The winning bidder actually built the losing bidder's design for the Route 28 I-66 interchange. Both had different designs than what we proposed there, and so it's kind of funny to have 3 different teams of engineers all put together one proposal for one interchange, and it was kind of just interesting to see that what was actually built was the one not designed by us and not designed by the winning team, but designed by the team that did not win. But it works very well, kind of in operation there, and so.
I'm not sure off the top. But Mr. Secretary, if I might, while Georgia is teed up for a very spectacular large check, similar to the unicorn I think we got on 66, I think it's important that we shouldn't just be chasing concession checks for projects, we should be identifying projects that have significant value and merit back to the citizens of the Commonwealth. And if that does take a public subsidy, the least amount of public subsidy, then that's what we should be focused on rather than the shiny objects that with large checks. Now, large checks do provide benefits to other users within the corridor that are significant value. And I think we should be highlighting those types of projects as well, but equally as much that we have some other needs that may be of significant benefit back to the users. And I'm going to, not directionality has a lot of benefit, especially after serving 3 governors now, and each one saying that they're always pointing in the wrong direction. It would be very helpful to many of our constituents to be able to have them pointing in the right direction all the time.
No, that's very fair. We always focus our projects, the P3 project we look at and where we're delivering on a public goal. But for any private parties listening, I am also still interested in, when we're talking about those projects, if there is in fact a concession payment. Yes. So I'd say there's a Venn diagram overlap, and there's no need to, Mr. Griffin.
I hate to interrupt the argument between whether we want a concession payment or not, but that's really.
Don't get me wrong, we'll take a concession payment.
I just think there's always people listening, right? So I'm often talking to those who may not be in the room.
But I completely agree with the commissioner, is you can end up with a suboptimal project if you focus just on the size of concession payment. But just to draw this back a little bit, Ms. Pryor mentioned earlier the funding that's coming in from regional entities. I think it's important when we think about P3s, this is billions and billions of dollars that can come to the Commonwealth in financing, it's not funding, in financing to help us deliver projects. And to Dr. Smoot's point, it comes to deliver projects where the maintenance for that project is prepaid. So the P3s, as they're developed, they provide capital costs, but then the maintenance costs. So you think about the amount of time we spend on future maintenance costs in this group, going back to the last administration. And so I think that can easily be missed in this as well. But I finally thank Mr. Habib for taking an incredibly complicated area of transportation policy and putting it onto 10 slides. That is a miracle in and of itself. But thank you for starting this conversation. It's great that we're re-engaged back into P3s. I think transparency is absolutely critical because there is a healthy amount of skepticism, given Mr. Coleman's point about the history the Commonwealth has had. We have more experience than any other state in the union. Not all of that experience is good and positive. So it's helpful that we take on board those lessons learned, apply them in the future. We also, not only do we looked at from a technical standpoint in terms of the process we also have 2 of the finest leaders in the country leading the department and the agency in terms of implementing P3s. So we are really well positioned nationwide to do public-private partnerships in Virginia. So thank you again, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Mitchell, and then
Thank
Mr.
you,
Laird.
Secretary. I agree with Mr. Griffin. Great presentation, Mr. Beebe, but you very clear, concise. And there was a slide that said there's a misconception that P3s always involve user fees or tolls. And I'm curious if you had a P3 under PPTA, let's say, that doesn't involve user fees, how would that be different from a straight procurement deal?
That's a very fair question, Mr. Minshew. So I think the best example and the most recent example is the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. And so I think if you heard kind of how the commissioner talked about how we approached that, we really opened up a level of flexibility that is difficult under kind of a traditional procurement deal there in terms of is it an immersed tube? Is it a bored tube? How long, I'm saying tube, the tunnel. How long is that tunnel? How long or short are the approach bridges to said tunnel and things of that nature? And so that's a level of flexibility that the P3 procurement provided us in the ability to kind of engage private partners on their ideas that would have been difficult under the design build process. And so I want to be clear, it should be an atypical aspect where we're doing a non-revenue project as the P3, but there are some of those unicorns out there where it makes a lot of sense. In the past, when we had less design build and other types of authority, there were a number of projects that were probably more traditional design build that fell under the PPTA, like Route 58 or Coalfields Expressway, and that also involves some kind of coal synergy and other kind of, that's unicorny in a way there with some of the kind of the grading and how that was happening there. But Route 199 outside of Williamsburg and things like that are probably a little bit more traditional design build. And so I don't think you'll see those happen anymore because that's pretty mainstream and now takes place under our just normal procurement process. But there are still rare circumstances like the HRBT where we think it makes sense.
Follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
I did see there's a reference to the PPEA statute as a twin to the PPTA, and I'm curious, would you ever use the PPEA enabling legislation on a transportation deal? And if so, I'm curious, why would you use that statutory prong rather than PPTA? Is it some structural benefits or anything like that?
I see the commissioner is eager to answer at my peripheral vision, so I'll let him go ahead.
So, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Minshew, we've been looking at advancing Project Vista, as we had discussed during the last board meeting, which is our next generation for traffic operation centers and our signal systems. The PPEA, in that case, affords us the opportunity to advance something like that project to go through, for all the reasons why we said proprietary meetings, to better understand how best to get the best value, minimize the risk back to the department, and how to structure that deal through proprietary meetings rather than a hard bid. And so I would venture to say that that gives us the opportunity. One, we aren't going to do it that way because we've gone through a little bit of gyrations with it, but we have been strongly looking at that legislation to afford us transportation improvements that are atypical to infrastructure. This could be through, another one could be through a building and cohabitating a building with commercial uses, or for some reason through TOD activities. That, by adopting that legislation would give us all the tools in the toolbox to be able to advance all aspects of transportation, just not the hard infrastructure that you see today.
Thank you. I commend the creativity. Glad to hear that.
So I was like, I knew somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Could we expect to see a prioritized list of P3 opportunities for the Commonwealth?
I think we can certainly come back to this board and talk about some opportunities that are out there. I think we will need to balance potential legislative actions that are out there along with some other ongoing items. But I think there's so let's just talk about a few things that are floating out there already. And I think that probably will give you some sense. What I want to be clear is I'm not sure we can identify everything at this stage that may happen during this term. So as the commissioner noted, there's some things that they're currently working on and considering, like Vista, which may or may not end up being appropriate for a PPTA. But a project that you all as a board worked on during the previous administration but still needs some additional approval in the region is the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and 495 Southside Express Lanes. I think if we're able to reach consensus with Maryland and have that project added back to the long-range plan, that would certainly be a high candidate project. I think there's a lot of interest in that project, and it also completes a missing link in Northern Virginia's Express Lane network, where, to the commissioner's point, it advances significant public policy goals in that area. I think another opportunity that's been mentioned today and something that was also evaluated and started under the previous administration was, and I've also heard this from a number of governors, is making sure the 95 express lanes aren't always pointed in, quote, the wrong direction, which, let's be clear, they're pointing in the direction with the greatest traffic flow. What we have now is just heavy traffic flow in both directions. So it's not the wrong direction, it's just there's still a lot of traffic the other way as well. And so I think that's an opportunity. And then I strongly suspect, and will know for sure in the next 2 weeks, that the General Assembly is going to charge my office with taking a look at the 81 corridor and whether or not there are opportunities to accelerate improvements along that corridor there. And so, Mr. Hutchinson's going to give a presentation this afternoon about the updated House draft kind of conference proposal that was released last Friday. Just to hit one of the items in advance, it does direct the Secretary of Transportation to evaluate the opportunity on the 81 corridor and report back to the Assembly by, I believe, this December. there. And so, I clearly, I think if that's there, that's certainly something that we will take a look at and explore those opportunities. And it is something some concessionaires have expressed interest in. Ms. Zimmerman, or Director Zimmerman, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I also just wanted to put a pin on the transit-oriented development side that the commissioner mentioned. Just in the last 24 hours, the Build America Bureau, that has an innovative finance asset concession grant program, awarded one to Norfolk to look at transit-oriented development along the light rail. We also have existing grants through the Build America Bureau to look at TOD for a potential transfer facility here in Richmond and also in Roanoke with a station around it. So there is some emerging potential there that we are working with the Build America Bureau already on. Also today, we've posted for an innovative finance TOD position at DRPT to be able to work together with VDOT and our other partners. I know VRE is also doing a TOD study, and we're going to be kicking off later this week a statewide TOD study to kind of better understand the baseline of what's the opportunity. So we'll be happy to come back and share with you all that at a later date, kind of where we're at with that. But we are continuing to see and hear some interest from developers who are interested in what's that housing development transit nexus in certain areas of the state where it makes sense.
Thank you, Director Zimmerman. Are there any other questions for Mr. Habib or comments before we shift gears? This is the first, not the last discussion on this topic, so I will also just say that. Okay, so the follow-ups I have here is, I think we'll be doing a presentation at some point in the future on the PPEA, and then we'll also take a look at the Georgia updated guidelines as well as, where our guidelines stand now, and we'll come back to the board on both those topics. All right, so board members, we have some choices ahead of us. We have, I believe, about a 25-minute presentation from the VRE Executive Director, Ms. Cho. We could do that now. That would take about 10 minutes of your lunch, but still give you 50 minutes before we need to come back for the action meeting. Just looking around to see if anyone objects strenuously to that. All right, Ms. Cho.
Okay, good morning. I can still say good morning. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. My name is Katie Cho. I am almost 6 months, about 5 months into my tenure as the Chief Executive Officer of VRE. I moved to Virginia from Massachusetts in January. I had to remind myself I was a Virginian because your words, Director Zimmerman, earlier were kind of fighting words about the birth of the nation. But I, prior to this, most recently spent 6 years at the MBTA in Boston, but really my entire career has been in transportation infrastructure with particular expertise in construction management, infrastructure policy, capital planning, ADA compliance, asset management, and climate resiliency and sustainability. I'm here this morning to provide an update on the state of VRE in anticipation of coming back in the future to discuss growth and investment opportunities. VRE is Virginia's commuter rail system. We are the 13th largest system in the nation, running 64 trains a day and connecting northern and central Virginia to the nation's capital region. We operate on 87 miles of track that are split into 2 lines. The map is up on the screen, the Fredericksburg line and the Manassas line. We have 19 stations with 1 that is currently in development through private funds, and we are hoping that that construction will start this calendar year. We have 5 direct connections to Metro Rail, and we have a direct connection to the Washington Manassas Airport, which is expected to start commercial service next calendar year. And in development, we have a direct connection to Reagan National Airport. We own 2 maintenance and storage facilities, 1 in Broad Run and 1 in Spotsylvania, and we have a recently acquired rail yard in Alexandria. VRE provides congestion relief. It's one of the main benefits that we provide to the Commonwealth. VRE carries the equivalent of 1 lane of I-95 traffic every day, and that adds up to 60 million passenger miles each year. The average VRE passenger trip is about 35 miles. VRE passengers are taking advantage of affordable housing solutions, contributing to local tax bases, and connecting with well-paying jobs in the DC metro region. And VRE is an economic engine. NBTC has recently published that transit in Northern Virginia, which includes VRE, generates nearly $1.5 billion for Virginia's tax base, and this is nearly 5% of the general fund. VRE is an affordability solution and keeps Virginians in Virginia. VRE riders come from over 120 zip codes in 35 jurisdictions. VRE connects some of the fastest growing areas in the Commonwealth, those with the lowest housing costs, to the area with the highest density of jobs, but also the highest housing costs. VRE itself is an affordability solution. Compared to single occupancy vehicle travel, commuting from Spotsylvania 5 days a week on VRE saves nearly $5,000 a year, and Spotsylvania is our busiest origin station. It allows a family, or can allow a family, to maintain one car and stay a one-car household instead of a two-car household. And if that happens, then the savings are over $12,000 a year. So if you have two adults in a household that are allowed to stay at one-car household instead of a two-car household, you get a total savings in that household of $17,000 a year. And all of this is calculated with the 2025 fuel costs. VRE is also an affordability solution for the Commonwealth. The cost per mile to construct additional track is about half that or less of the cost to construct a new highway lane mile in the same geographic area. We're one of the few states that actually can do real cost projections on this because we have built both additional track capacity and additional highway lanes. As I mentioned earlier, VRE carries the equivalent of a lane of traffic on I-95 every day. So when you look at the actual return on investment of these investments, it's significantly higher with increasing rail capacity. A typical commuter rail train carries about 800 passengers at sort of comfortable heavy load. For congestion, that means it's all cars off the road, no matter what alternative mode would be used to rail. One train would take 55 coach buses, which are our typical commuter buses, or 740 to 800 cars to carry the same number of passengers. And this is based off of the average occupancy in the DMV area in 2025. When you look at comparing emissions, even with diesel locomotives that VRE currently uses, VRE is the most environmentally advantageous mode. One train generates about 133 grams of CO2 per mile. The same number of buses carrying, the 55 buses carrying those passengers, 15, did I say 55 earlier? I'm sorry, 15 buses that carry 55 passengers per bus. That's what gets you to the same. So the 15 buses would carry 990 total grams of CO2 per mile. And then when you're looking at the cars, 320,000 single occupancy cars. And even when you account for occupancy that is above the single occupancy and electric vehicles, you get to about 289,600 grams of CO2 per mile. It's a lot of numbers, but that's still 2,000 times that of what VRE generates, and that's just for one train for 1 mile, and we run 64 a day. So the savings environmentally is very significant. Transit should not be thought of as silos, nor should VRE. The most effective transportation needs to work as a system. VRE serves as the region's transit spine. And the region's transit network will continue to grow for the next couple of decades. Collaborative and cohesive planning along with targeted infrastructure investments will allow the transit network, with VRE at its core, to continue to grow as an economic engine for the Commonwealth and a path of economic mobility for Virginians. Rail is the safest mode of surface transportation, and getting everyone, riders, employees, and the public home safe each day is our first priority. Crime and public safety events are exceptionally rare on VRE. However, we maintain close relationships with local law enforcement and run safety drills and workshops with first responders each year. While we have slips, trips, and falls like any other public agency, serious injuries remain rare. The last safety incident with any rider injuries happened more than 20 years ago on VRE. Shifting now to financing. These graphs reflect our combined capital and operating sources and uses of funds for the fiscal year 2027. Just under 40% of our funding comes from federal sources, and another 40% comes from the Commonwealth. Fares and local contributions make up the remainder. Capital obligations make up 50% of the combined use budget. The major projects underway that complement the Transforming Rail in Virginia program and that enable significant service increases in 2030 include the Alexandria Station improvements and the King and Commonwealth Bridge replacements. Those are currently underway in Alexandria. The L'Enfant Station improvements and Fourth Track project. The Crystal City Station relocation and expansion. This project will be complemented by the project by Arlington County that will directly connect the VRE Crystal City Station with Reagan National Airport. The Franconia Springfield Station improvements, a locomotive leasing program, and a 21 rail car procurement. I'll note that we are using innovative and efficient procurement processes for these large projects, including leasing of the locomotives, collaboration on procurement for the rail cars with Chicago Metra, and construction and management at risk, or construction manager general contractor, CMGC, for our larger station projects. Our 5-year CIP is nearly $1.3 billion, with only $265 million of that unfunded. The unfunded projects or needs are concentrated in the later phases of the new train storage yard build-out and in parking expansions that are not yet needed. The combined infrastructure investments being made by VPRA and VRE right now to support the Transforming Rail in Virginia program position VRE to be able to increase service by more than 60% in 2030. That comes after the completion of the Long Bridge project, which is the key piece of increasing capacity, and will allow VRE to complete the transformation from a commuter rail system to a full regional rail system. However, we have no intention of stopping there in 2030. Longer-term planning continues, and we will be back to the CTB to discuss additional service increases and transformation in the 2040 and 2050 horizon. I want to thank the CTB for the support of both VRE and VPRA's Transforming Rail in Virginia program. VRE remains critical to the economic vitality of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I look forward to coming back to discuss how future investments in VRE can maximize the return on today's investment in rail infrastructure. So, happy to take questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cho. And members of the board, this is the first of two presentations we have today on VRE. The second is updating, or asking you to consider updates, to the guidelines we have for VRE's reporting. They received a fixed percentage of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. This presentation is actually foreshadowing one of the updates, which is we give WMATA a fixed amount of that fund, and we require the WMATA general manager to come. We're asking you that in the future, you also require Ms. Cho or her successor to come, as they're getting kind of a fixed amount of that fund to let you know what they're doing with those dollars, among other types of things. So with that, are there any questions, Ms. Sellers?
So when you look at VRE, and do have to comment that it is not Virginia's commuter rail. It is NVTC and PRTC's commuter rail system. And that's an important, element there, because it's those, 9 or however many jurisdictions that fund this. And then to hear, well, there's 35 jurisdictions that are getting it, it puts a burden on those 9 jurisdictions to then fill the operating costs and that void. And it can be very, very high for a locality like a Spotsylvania, who it's not just people from Spotsylvania taking the train. It is people from Richmond, Caroline, other localities from all over the place. And so the question is as we're looking at transforming rail in Virginia, we need to look at transforming the funding policy. Because if you go back to Ms. Pryor's presentation, WMATA gets a significant portion of this. And the direct impact of VRE is trumping what WMATA brings to the table, and we haven't discussed that. And we have to discuss that as a Commonwealth, because this burden goes to the taxpayers of these 9 jurisdictions. And while we look at Arlington, or you look at Fairfax, and you see these huge, buildings with a lot of things in them. Spotsy does not have that. The city of Fredericksburg does not have that. Manassas Park may be one of the poorest jurisdictions in the entire Commonwealth. And so when we're asking them to then take this on without any money coming from the state, it's a really unfair burden to place on those local governments. And we have to have that conversation, and we need to be having it today before we start talking about increase in service, because right now it's unsustainable, and these local governments are going to get a bill, and it's going to come from their gas tax revenue, and we are going to hear about it. So that's my thing is, please, as VRE, remind people, this is owned by those 9 jurisdictions. This is not a Commonwealth of Virginia program. There is no general fund money going to VRE.
Yeah, no, that's a great distinction, and I was focusing, to your point, on the benefit that the Commonwealth receives from VRE, but you're right, the ownership is through the 2 transportation commissions, and any financial burden above and beyond the funding that we do receive does end up sitting directly on the jurisdictions that are part of those 2 transportation commissions. So the benefit goes to the entire Commonwealth. You are correct that the additional costs go to those jurisdictions, and that can be a burden, which is why Commonwealth funding is so important to VRE, to be able to help alleviate some of that burden.
It would be, and coming from those jurisdictions, serving on VRE is one of the more competitive boards that you get to be on, right, as a local member. And coming from Stafford and us to the south, we had to fight with our partners and our partner localities. What I like to describe as our big brother there in Prince William, who made it very clear of how that political environment is. But we are very proud of that relationship. So I don't want to go against VRE, but just make it clear that the Commonwealth needs to come to the table with some money, and it is not fair to ask these localities to take it on themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. And I'm not detracting from your point, but I do just want to make clear the Commonwealth does provide about 25% of VRE's current budget. That is separate and apart from whether or not they should provide additional support. So I just want to note they do provide support for the VRE budget, but that does not meant to take away from the point that you were making there. Are there other questions for Ms. Cho? Well, so I have you here. There's one thing I wanted to raise. So I do think I think there's interesting and exciting opportunities for VRE that I just want this board to think about for the future. And so for the longest time in the DC region, which is one region, we've had 2 commuter rail systems that are ripped in half at Union Station. That was the case because there was publicly owned track, or technically Amtrak's a private corporation. There were Amtrak-owned tracks from Union Station north, and south of that, there were CSX and privately owned tracks. And you had the prototypical definition of a bottleneck, which was 4 tracks from Union Station north and 4 tracks from Alexandria south, and you had 2 tracks across the river. That all changes in 2030. That means, and Maryland has expressed interest in this, that there's an opportunity to do run-through service where the commuter rail system to the north can come into Virginia, or potentially the commuter rail system in Virginia could go into Maryland and other kind of parts there. And so I think that's something that we as a board working with VRE and the commissions who do own the trademark service, that is VRE, look at ways to kind of see, are there synergies or opportunities in terms of better ridership, lower costs, sharing rolling stock, or other things that can allow for run-through service, which has never been possible before in the past. And I think it's important. I don't know if when we complete that evaluation, we'll say it makes sense. But I think it's really important that we do that evaluation now so that when Longbridge is done, if it does make sense, we can do it, and it's not, oh my gosh, Longbridge is done, we should think about this. This is actually the moment to do the thinking so that when it's done, we can do the doing if it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then obviously that's pretty easy. We know where to go there, but now is the time to kind of have those discussions to understand if any of those types of synergies exist in the future. Thank you very much, Ms. Cho. Okay, members of the board, just very quickly, I'm going to suspend the workshop meeting here momentarily. When we reconvene at 1 p.m. sharp, we will be going straight into the action meeting where we will take public comment. After public comment, we will then suspend the action meeting and complete the remaining, I think, 2 or 3 presentations we have here on the workshop agenda, at which point that will be concluded and we will resume the final items on the action meeting. So I really appreciate your indulgence, and the workshop meeting is now suspended. Appreciate your patience and flexibility as I did not show up at 1 PM sharp, but I'm going to call today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board to order. The first item we have is public comments. Or no, approval of minutes? Oh, I thought you were saying, I was like, that's the order in here. So we have no one signed up for public comment, but there are people in the audience. Does anyone wish to address the board before we move on to other areas of the agenda? All right, seeing no one, the action meeting is now suspended. I'm hereby resuming the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And I believe the next presentation we have is Mr. Fye. And then I don't see Carter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm here to talk to you briefly about the policies and guidelines that the Commonwealth Transportation Board puts into place every couple years to oversee how Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund, the CMTF funds, are allocated to VRE. So I'm going to walk quickly through a couple administrative items, a little bit of history about what those policies look like and the changes we're proposing. So a little bit of background, back in 2023, VRE was pulled out of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund from their merit program that comes in and moved into a separate block of 3.5% of the CMTF. That's very similar to how Metro was treated back in 2018. They're unique enough and different enough that way those rail modes are getting an allocation of CMTF funds instead of competing in our traditional merit capital and merit operating programs that our bus-based systems primarily do. So whenever that was done, the legislation did ask the CTB to come up with a policy overseeing how that money would be allocated. The legislation does provide for up to 3.5% and requires the CTB to set policies about looking at various operational factors, keeping an eye on how VRE's performance is happening over the years. I'm not going to read through all, there's a lot of text on this slide, but basically, how is VRE performing each year? What are some of the financial elements of things that we want to see from VRE each year? Making sure that we're keeping an eye on what those allocations are, how that money is being spent. So it is a little bit of an oversight role that the CTB has and the DRPT has as well. As we look at some of those factors, I think it's really important to notice that, first of all, those are very common transit factors measuring how their performance is going. But also in the last couple of years and actually going the next couple of years forward, looking at, as we look at those factors, if a factor changes doesn't necessarily mean an allocation would go up or down. Because as we know, VRE is going into a transition period. There's a significant amount of construction happening. Long Bridge, they've changed their service patterns. So again, being cognizant of that as we're tracking all the information going forward, making sure they're performing the best that they can, continuing very good conversations with DRPT, with the commissions that were mentioned earlier, and then also with the CTB board about how that money is being invested. So some of the things we have to bring forward for CTB policy, and this is the policy that you all have adopted, is looking at 6 different items here. The first 5 of these are first 4 of these are items that VRE and DRPT perform every year. So some of the things we're clarifying this year is technical corrections to the materials that are submitted. VRE is required to submit their operating budget and their ACFR every year. Those are corrections we've made on the technical side of things. It also provides information that VRE submits to us about those different performance measures that were on the slide earlier. Again, we're just codifying in this policy what exactly we do, how it works. As a requirement for the VRE CEO to appear before a CTB, I think we've checked that box for this year. So far, similar to language that we put in for the Metro GM and CEO. You see him at least once a year as well, coming before the board talking about how the agency is performing, how the money is being invested, et cetera. The next one is basically looking at a cover memo. That's some work that we do as our staff does here at DRPT, looking at the information that VRE provides to us, making sure that we're meeting all the legislative requirements, the policy requirements, and then documenting that and then monitoring those trends that are happening over time. So as first, like I said, the first 4 of those are DRPT and VRE actions that they have to do. The last one is actually related to CTB. Right now, it's every 2 years, or actually, I think it's every year was the policy for now. We're moving this every 3 years, what we're proposing. That puts us in line with a lot of the other policy reviews that we do for other things, for merit. for Ramada and some of those other things. Every 3 years is a more routine cycle to make sure those are pretty straightforward and predictable. And obviously, if there are any questions and items that come up in the meantime, obviously, the CTB can always ask for folks from VRE to come and speak about those going forward. So we're not asking for an action today. This is an action for you all next month at the July action meeting to codify within CTB policy the changes that we've submitted here. And a part of the materials for July will be an actual CTB policy document that documents all of these in written format and lays out the roles and responsibilities. So with that, Mr. Secretary, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fye, for the presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, well, this will be on the July action meeting, as he noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Hutchinson. And so he's going to be giving today an overview of one of our 5 construction programs. So I think you've probably heard me more than you care to say. We spend a lot of time talking about smart scale. That is, 6 or 7% of our money. This is another 3.5% of our money, and I don't think it's something that the board has really had a chance to talk about in some time, right? And so this program was created in 2020, and it is 20% of our construction program. So again, it's equal to the high priority program, also equal to the state's share of the district grant program.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, members. So as the Secretary just previewed, this is a presentation to inform the board about the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, a follow-up on the major components of the VDOT's program, and this is part of that and follow on from the previous board meetings discussions. So here is an overview of the topics that we will be hitting in this presentation. So background on the program itself and some of the major elements in the program. And then we will move to the breakdown of funding that goes into the program. Then we'll move to previous activity by the CTB and adoption of policy governing the IOEP program. And we will run through some of the components of these corridor improvement plans that have been put together in response to the statutory requirements of the program. And then we will go through some of the biggest highlights that have been delivered as far as projects as part of this program. So as the Secretary mentioned, the IOEP program was established as part of the Omnibus 2020 transportation legislation. This program receives 20% of the funds available for the construction formula distribution, and the statute itself is fairly prescriptive. It directs the CTB to identify through VTrans or the interstate corridor plans, the needs for a particular interstate corridor. The definition itself of an interstate corridor is a big piece of this program. So the interstate's extent along with parallel routes that function as diversions when an interstate is closed. So somebody who grew up in the I-81 corridor, you got Route 11 and you've got Interstate 81 and they're right next to each other. That's a perfect example of component of that corridor. A very unique aspect of the IOP program when it was established is that it is dedicated to interstate funding for operational and capital projects. That was something that heretofore we didn't have a specific program under VDOT that was targeted towards that. So that's a significant, unique benefit to this program. And pursuant to the statute, one of the main way that VDOT executes this program is through the creation of corridor improvement plans. So the code, as I mentioned, is fairly prescriptive when it comes to the IOEP program. The code requires that priority is given to operations and transportation demand management strategies that improve safety and reliability of travel. A TDM strategy, some examples come up later in this presentation, but examples like transit investments, bus routes, both new and expanded, car and van pool projects as well. And so the process by which VDOT evaluates these various potential improvements is also set out in code and in CTB policy. You see those laid out here. So first, priority is projects that are in a developed corridor-wide operations and incident management plan. Second are solutions focused on transportation demand management. And then finally, recommendations for highway capital construction. As I mentioned, this slide breaks out the funding of the IOP program by interstate corridor. This is determined by vehicle miles traveled for, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there, FHWA Class 6 and above trucks. So this percentage breakdown is pursuant to those vehicle miles traveled, and this data is assessed annually. And so these percentages do fluctuate from time to time, but that is the, and then so you'll see here, I-81 takes up the vast majority, plurality, I should say, and then you've got NVTA, 17.9 for I-95, 10.7 for I-64, and then the remaining roughly 20% can be used for any interstate corridor.
And before Mr. Hutchinson moves off this slide, while he did note that these percentages are not what's set in statute, the formula at the top there is set in statute, so it can change year to year. These numbers are not materially different than the numbers we first saw in 2020 when we ran them. So there will be movement here and there over time, but I think the greatest change is something like 0.3%, kind of over that period. So while they are not static, they're not wild swings either.
So as I mentioned, the statute was established in 2020, and so in June 2021, Commonwealth Transportation Board adopted the CTB IOEP policy, which conformed with the statutory requirements as well. And so this slide lays out that CTB policy, some of the major components of it. The chief part about that is an assessment of the top 25% performance measured locations for delay, incident delay, crash severity, and crash frequency. So that top 25% was used to identify the priorities in the corridor improvement plans as those were initiated. You see here, pursuant to the statutory requirements for the IOEP, a smart scale-like evaluation of these improvements is required. It's interesting that I use the phrase smart scale-like. That is actually more or less what the code says. It makes a reference to the code section, but it says similar to smart scale code section. So it is smart scale-like. And you can see here, 40% for person hours delay reduction, 40% scoring for reduction in fatal and severe injury crashes, and 20% for accessibility to jobs. A important component of the CTB policy as well, you will see at the bottom, is the final bullet, which requires that when considering the expansion of interstate highways, the board shall evaluate the extent and time period for which any new lanes will provide improved travel flow, and if such new general purpose lanes are expected to remain or become congested within a period of 30 years, if so, then implementation of multimodal options or managed lanes should be given priority over any new general purpose lanes.
And before Mr. Hutchinson leaves there, so just want to make sure folks are tracking that last one. The discussion at the board at that time was if we're going to widen an interstate highway, it needs to provide long-term relief if we're going to do that with general purpose lanes. And if it's not going to provide long-term relief, we need to consider priced managed lanes or things like enhanced train service or bus service or a mix thereof in a given corridor so that we can ensure we're getting some form of fast and reliable trip long-term on a given corridor. Ms. Sellers.
What happens when you build these new lanes and they go and do their comp plan or allow for rezonings, and now you have thousands more houses?
So the way this would be
I
done
don't
is
know if
we
I
would,
understand why this matters, but 30 years seems a little interesting.
so I mean, today we have travel demand models that are based on land use forecasts that are supposed to take into account the land use plans of a region. They do change sometimes, but there is kind of assumptions that go out well into the future down to what's called a traffic analysis zone, which can be shockingly small in certain areas there. And so you can program out and just basically you do a model analysis of what you expect the facility to operate like in 30 years using those future land use forecasts. And so that is taken into account to the extent to which it's understood at that time. Again, accurate but not precise, or accurate you hope, but certainly not precise.
So this slide is a good example of the many data points that VDOT is able to leverage when it comes to informing the corridor improvement plans. So you can see here, we've got an analysis of the the crashes over the most recent 5 years. That's factored into this, as well as annual total incidents, delay, and incident delay. And this allows VDOT to develop performance measures on per-mile segments for each interstate corridor. So we've got some slides coming up here that are just going to help the board, I think, familiarize yourself to the extent that you're not already with the many improvements and projects that have come out of this program. These include dynamic messaging signs, the safety service patrols, quick clearance teams, ramp metering, hard shoulder running, queue warning, variable speed limits, advanced traffic incident management, both on interstates as well as on parallel facilities, and numerous other examples as well. This slide just hammers home the unique perspective that the program takes to parallel corridors and the critical connection that those have to the flow on the interstate corridors throughout. So components that have been part of these parallel facilities, improvements there have included message signs, traffic control personnel, signal operations, major intersect and sign improvements. We have some examples of in this.
And so, you know, when Carter talked about, Mr. Hutchinson talked about like the order of operations, again, operations is first in that funding waterfall. Being first doesn't mean you get a majority of money. These things tend to be lower cost types of enhancements here. And so we're trying to reduce the impact and extent of events with that first set of operations with CCTV, variable speed limits and other things. And then when we can't, you know, reduce them enough and there may be a lane closing incident, what we were seeing a lot, 5-10 years ago was that the local streets became just overwhelmed and there was essentially like nothing that you can do. And so what can we do and what can we put in place? And I know there's still probably some work we have to do in this to make sure that if there is a lane closing incident, we have the ability to retime traffic signals, whether in a town or on VDOT roads, to be able to flush through, if you will, that interstate traffic that's detouring through an area. Again, these are not things that are gonna, make that experience what you would hope for, but it would make it so the experience is not something that you never forget. Right? And I think we've all maybe experienced some of that. I know Dr. Smoot, you told us about your I won't forget experience when we were in Northern Virginia. So the goal of these things is to reduce that from happening to you all. Again, it will probably, Route 1 won't be as fast as 95 when it's working well, but Route 1 will not become to a crawling stop forever, as I'm sure some of you have experienced when there's a detour, if there's a lane closed or 95 is closed. And so really, if you kind of think about these in chunks, like that's what we're going for here with operations. It's what are these really low-cost types of investments we can make to reduce the impact of incidents, and then when they're unavoidable, to make it so that the detour is manageable.
So this slide, as I referenced earlier, here's some of the just major examples of transportation demand improvements that have been considered as part of this program. This includes intercity passenger rail, commuter bus, local bus, park and ride lots, as well as various commuter assistance programs such as carpool, van pool, and coordinated efforts with large employers. Getting to the capital improvements that have been considered as part of this program, here are some of the major examples. These represent sort of the various options that are in VDOT's toolbox to consider capital improvement needs. Other strategies can be considered, including those identified as part of a previous study. Another unique and major benefit of the IOEP program, it's this incorporation of public outreach. This slide highlights some of the major technological advances that are part of that. So there's a major online survey component. And then interestingly enough, these online surveys are bolstered as well by outreach through social media that targets users actually actively traveling through the corridor to see if they can generate comments from them as well. And this graphic on the slide here is a graphical representation of those public comments received on the I-81 corridor improvement plan. So this is an example as well of the, this is an example of the boards that VDOT uses at public hearings to generate public comments on the corridor improvement plans. What you see in front of you is actually, in real life, it's about 7 feet long and covers roughly 20 miles of corridor and allows for in-person meetings, participants to find their specific area of interest and discuss it with VDOT study team.
Secretary? Just curious on that public outreach. We had some discussions about this before. This is more, it's on a website and people can weigh in, but do we go to the large operators of fleets, the big manufacturers and that kind of thing, and actively ask for their information or comment? Especially, I'm picking on 81, but I mean.
Well, I did want to mention, I think that this next slide, is a component of the public hearings process as well. So it's not restricted to just the online component. But I can get you some more information, Mr. Lawson, as far as particular, standard outreach efforts and, making sure we understand which sectors are included in that.
Because I'm thinking the industrial dispatch, they're not going to go to these meetings, but they have a wealth of information and they control hundreds or thousands of vehicles a day. And so their input would probably be pretty valuable if you can just get it out of them.
Yes, sir. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the unique benefits to the IOEP program is the various ways that it incorporates smart scale-like review of the proposed projects and scores them. As I mentioned on an earlier slide, 40% congestion, 40% safety, 20% accessibility to jobs. This is an example of you can see up here that process. So this slide just lays out the recent corridor improvement plan activity by the agency. As you can see here, I-81 was 2019 and updated in 2025. I-95 and I-664 as well. In 2021, these CIPs were adopted pursuant to the code and the CTB policy that was adopted in 2021. And you'll see on this slide, the interstate corridors where technical memos were the sort of first step in that process for the IOEP program.
And so for members of the board looking at the dates in parentheses, you'll notice these are getting a little old. And so I suspect we'll be coming back to you in the coming months and talking about potentially starting some additional processes here for the 95, 64 corridor plans, as well as some of these tech memos. I know the 81 corridor plan was updated last year, but these other plans, are now, based on 7, 8-year-old data.
Here's just some examples for the board to visualize some of the major operational improvements that have been a part of this program, which we mentioned earlier in this slide, but here's some pictures as well. Additional traffic cameras, ramp metering, the variable speed limits, as well as, of course, the expanded safety service patrol in the bottom right. Examples of major multimodal improvements on the I-95 corridor that have been part of the IOEP program. We've got some major bus service expansion, major park and lot ride enhancements and expansions, as well as new park and ride lots up and down the I-95 corridor here. The I-64, 664 corridor as well, the major multimodal improvements that have been a part of the IOEP program thus far for this corridor include bus service in Richmond and Hampton Roads, as well as expansions and enhancements of park and ride lots. And this is just a zoomed-in example of a major capital improvement on the 95 corridor at the exit 160 interchange. You can see here. This eliminated a loop ramp at the top bottleneck on I-95.
Mr. Hutchinson, I just want, for those of you who drive 95, this is where you slow down, no matter what time of day it is. So just to the north of here is the Occoquan. And so, this is where I've actually never not braked, I think, on this section of 95. And so what you had here was a number of loops that were kind of converging right as the traffic was getting bad. And so rebuilt the interchange to reduce the weaving and merging that was happening under that overpass there, which again was just exacerbating the congestion as the general purpose lanes dropped from 3 to 4 lanes, about a quarter of a mile north of what you can see on this picture here.
Yep, good old Route 123. So this next slide is another example of a major capital improvement on the I-95 corridor here in the Richmond area.
Since Steve's not here, I have to talk about this one too. So does anyone remember the yield sign that used to exist on I-95 and I-64 when they merged? That existed because this project wasn't in place. And so Steve would probably make me stop talking, the commissioner would make me stop talking about this here, but when you merged from 64 to 95, you had 2 lanes that came together into a single lane, and there was a yield sign that I would have, it was red or black if you were on a roulette table. I have no clue which interstate it was supposed to apply for, and my driving experience was neither did any driver, right? And so part of the way we were able to remove that yield sign and basically give 64 2 dedicated lanes that merge with 95 involved then also adding an additional lane to this exit here at Arthur Ashe Boulevard so that people from 95 didn't have to merge over 3 lanes of traffic. And so, again, the capital improvements in here can be more expensive, like that interchange improvement, which was, I think, $60 or $70 million, or they can be something as low cost as this $5 or so million project that really eliminated kind of a pretty significant safety and congestion issue, because people just hit the brakes as they approached the yield sign. It's like, this for me? They didn't know. And again, I still don't know, and Steve's never told me, but the yield sign is gone. And this project is why we were able to take it out.
Getting close to the end of some of these examples, but just wanted to hit the major corridors, and this is a major capital improvement that happened on 64, 464 at the exit 291 interchange in Hampton Roads. and I'm happy to take any questions or do my best.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Are there any questions? Well, just a few things for you guys to chew on. There's $260 million a year that goes into this program. It can fund all sorts of enhancements, just like Smart Scale can, but it is not something we have spent a lot of time talking about. It is something we need to spend more time talking about in the future. I should note, as Mr. Hutchinson indicated, a healthy clip of this, the plurality goes to the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan. So you have talked about how those funds flow, but that remaining, 60 or 55%, excuse me, give or take, we haven't had a lot of discussions about. Now, the funds that were programmed back in '21 for a number of years, but we're now approaching a time period where there's going to be additional liquidity in that system. And so we need to take a look at these corridors again, come back to you all with some of the findings there, and then start to have discussions about how these dollars can and should be put to use. And then just to channel Dr. Smoot from earlier today, we're also going to have a lot of discussions about maintenance costs and operating costs and other things. And this is the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program as well. And so I just think we need to keep in mind as we talk about this money, all of the other kind of puts and pulls we have on our resources. Mr. Gribben?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So yes, I do have a question. In terms of the criteria for spending it, is that statutory or is that CTB policy or a bit of both?
I believe the answer is a bit of both.
Okay.
Mr. Ribbon.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to where that line is, just how much flexibility we have to weigh on this.
So the way you don't have flexibility is in where the money has to be used. And so that kind of which corridor part, that is 100% in statute, though 20% of the money can go to any interstate, 81, 95, 64, 85, 77, wherever it might be. And then we have to demonstrate that we have given priority to those three buckets in kind of order there. And so I think we have a healthy amount of discretion in terms of the board policy, but I also think there be people who want to see a demonstration that we have in fact followed the statutory requirements of giving priority first to operations, second to TDM, and then third to capital improvements.
And is there just a breakdown by dollars or percentages of where this money is going currently or has been historically in terms of the types of improvements? Would be one question. The second question on the safety service patrols. Commissioner mentioned, I think it was last meeting, that we're going to start thinking again about investing in that. Are those funds coming out of this program or this program and a combination of other programs?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Gribben, some of the safety service patrols, the newer safety service patrols have been coming out of the IOEP money. In an earlier point, the board made a discretion that for recurring costs, such as safety service patrols, they could be funded up to, I think, 3 or 4 years. And then afterwards would become the liability of the maintenance program. As what has been said by the Secretary and others already, we probably need to revisit that policy and suggest that if we're going to carry forward on safety service patrols and other types of operational improvements, that we wouldn't continue to put a burden on the M&O, the maintenance and operations program. We may look to this to be able to cover those costs.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gribben, we can certainly provide the board with a breakdown in the use of funds. Mr. Minshew?
Thank you, Secretary. Curious about I think you said 8.5% of the IOP goes to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. Is the only string on that they have to expend that on an interstate highway? In other words, there's 3 interstate highways in Northern Virginia, 495, Capital Beltway, 66 and 95. Is NVTA restricted to spend that 8.5% only on those federal interstate highways, or is it more discretionary than that?
I would say, first off, Mr. Minshew, that it's to the benefit of the interstate corridors. So it doesn't have to be confined to the interstates themselves.
Then it'd be a capital improvement.
But as a point of clarification, so this, Mr. Mitchell, you may recall, this all dates back to an action the Assembly took in 2018, though this happened in 2019 and 2020. So these funds actually just go to the authority as part of the multi-year effort to, quote, make them whole from the transfer of funds from the regional authorities general balance sheet to the WMATA Capital Fund that took place in 2018.
Bad about that. It was a make-whole exercise.
It was one of several. So those funds, I believe, go and are just considered regional funds and can be used for anything allocated by the authority.
There's not a restriction that it has to have a nexus to an interstate highway in the Eisenhower system.
The nexus was the General Assembly decided they wanted to try and make whole the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority for funds that were taken and put into the WMATA Capital Fund a year prior.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Carter.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And again, guys, this is something we'll continue to talk about in the coming months. Next, we have Ms. Schul, or Dr. Schul.
All right. So I am going to talk today about one of the other funds in our construction budget. We promised at the beginning of our term to re-educate and reintroduce all of the major construction budget programs. This is the last one. It is also the smallest one. So after today, we are complete with this task. So this is the ITTF, the Innovative Technology and Transportation Fund. We're going to talk about what it is, what y'all's role is, and give a few examples. There's no action. We are just completing our education about the construction program. ITTF, it funds pilot programs and fully developed high-tech infrastructure, and it is required by statute to focus those improvements that reduce congestion, improve mobility, improve safety, provide up-to-date travel data, and improve emergency response. There is a very substantive report on all of the projects that have been done at this link, which you can link to in the PDF that you were sent, but I will go through a few of them as exciting examples today. So I know this was your favorite slide of all time at the CTB. This is the breakdown of how money goes. I'm reorienting you. So follow the lines to the sort of salmon set of 5 major programs in the construction budget. The ITTF is pulled out of the high priority projects funding. It is $25 million a year capped, and thus it is absolutely the smallest one, but it is pulled out of that HPP. All right. The board's role is to select the projects and to identify the projects, and you do that as approving them as part of the SIP. So if you remember, I believe Ms. Pryor's March presentation had a long list of SIP projects. The current year ITTF projects were included. I'll remind you about them again today, and when you vote on the SIP, you will be voting to approve these alongside many other projects. Since its beginning, there have been many projects. There are 62 currently active, and 11 were completed last year. This year, you'll see 4 new projects that I'll remind you about. Many of these projects are multi-year, so a bunch of the $25 million each year goes to continuing existing projects, and then there's a few new ones each year, and as some roll off, we roll some on. So I'm going to give you a few examples of projects that have recently been completed or completed a major milestone, just to show you the breadth of really cool innovation that goes on in this program. So the first will be very visible to anyone who's been driving between Richmond and DC recently. This is the variable speed limit program on I-95. Various funds were used to stand up this project. Variable speed limit means depending on how congested, how the traffic is looking, the speed limit might change from 45 sometimes to 55 sometimes to 65 other times. And that's meant to control speed and improve safety. The ITTF money was used specifically to develop and test the algorithm that does all the changing, that looks at all the inputs of what's going on the road and decides what the speed limit should be. So this project had its major phase completed. It had all of these projects we try to do evaluation because they are often projects, pilot projects. So this project, if you look at the graph to the right, the things that are below the line of zero, that's good. They were supposed to go down. Crashes went down after implementation by 30%. That's very good. The thing that went up is reliability. That's good if it goes up. So across the board, this project has appeared to achieve its preliminary goals on improving safety and improving the throughput of traffic. In this project, if your driving is going to continue, you're going to keep on seeing those variable speed limits. There are going to be some additional technologies tested here too. For example, how does it work to communicate with connected vehicles to respond to the system even faster when you see the variable speed limits? And we will continue to update you on how that technology is proving itself out. I also want to say this one was a slam dunk in terms of its impact. It did exactly what we expected. It's okay if things aren't. If every single pilot we did was a smashing success, we wouldn't have been pushing ourselves and really trying new things. So this is a small amount of money because we're testing before we invest in a massive way. Next is a project you will never see, but is still very important. So we have a lot of complex operational technology that has to have very fast data communications. And we leverage that, we do that by having this fiber network that connects a lot of the VDOT assets. We found a few years ago that our fiber network was complete but was brittle, which means that by clipping it in a couple places, you could have a huge shutdown impact. This is just a classic issue if you have any kind of network design. So some of the ITTF money was used to build in better networking configurations so you're not as brittle to a few cuts. This project just had one phase, I think it's the north-south phase was just completed, and already we're seeing a reduction in service impacts and a reduction in having to be cautious about construction activities because we're afraid of cutting things. So already having lots of positive impact, and this project will continue to its next phases around the ring. So again, you'll never see it, but it's having a positive impact. This third project you won't see yet, but in about a month, if you're driving across Afton Mountain, you will see it. So Afton Mountain is beautiful, but it is also foggy. And it is foggy in a place where fog is very dangerous because there are curves and because there are heavy vehicles going up hills that might be going slower than you expect, and what if you come up on them in the fog all of a sudden? It can get very dangerous. So what has been implemented here is an early queuing and congestion alert system. So even if you're in the fog and don't have your normal visibility, or if you're about to go around a curve, you will have some alerts as a driver that there is congestion ahead. We hope that that will improve safety. It's been installed. We're doing configuration and calibration right now, and in a couple weeks, if you're driving across that mountain, you may get to experience the benefits of this investment. So those are 3 past investments. Again, throwing you back to Ms. Pryor's April presentation, we have approved 4 new projects for this year. The first is the automated truck mountain attenuator systems. So we talked about this when we talked about the bill update also, I think, back in April when Carter gave that. So we were allowed by the legislator to pilot this automated system so that no human has to sit at what I would call the back of a construction crew train that's setting out things like cones, right? So it's a very dangerous place for human to be. We are testing automated vehicles to do that. The next is similar to that Afton Mountain project. It's a different technique to alert drivers that a queue is forming ahead of them in a situation where they may not be able to see that queue with their eyes around a curve, something like that. That is using some different types of data technology. It's not dealing with really a fog situation. It's dealing with other situations where queues can be dangerous. It is being piloted in Fredericksburg, but if it works, there are lots of places that it could be used in the state. The next is testing a new type of signal coordination on part of Route 20 coming up from North Carolina. Signal coordination is something you've probably all experienced. It's nice when all the lights turn green in this organized way so you can keep on going. This is a kind of unique situation in terms of the spacing, so we're using this new technology. I believe it was piloted in, I want to say North Carolina. It's been done 1 or 2 other places that we thought were similar, so we're testing it here. The last, fusing our high-tech and low-tech world, in certain parts of the state, there are a lot of horse-drawn conveyances that use the VDOT rights-of-way, in particular in the Lynchburg district. And that can cause a very unsafe situation. Again, you're coming around a curve, you don't have great visibility, and all of a sudden you're going 50 and there's a horse-drawn conveyance in front of you, you can see the danger, and there have been incidents. So what this does is it looks at places in the Lynchburg district where these horse-drawn conveyances are common and where you have configurations that could make that dangerous, and again sets up this pre-alert so that a driver will experience essentially a flashing light that says, hey, look out, there might be a horse around this curve, slow down. So those are the 4 you will be approving. And again, you see this doesn't add up to $25 million for fiscal year 27. That's because the rest of the money is continuing the 2nd and 3rd year of projects that started before.
Michelle, what was the name of that last project?
It's called the Amish Buggy Project.
Just wondering if you would say conveyance. Thank you.
Not all buggies, and they're not all Amish. So we are being
I'm
more
sorry.
accurate. All right. They might be mule drawn. You know, we want to be
Fair
want to
enough.
be neutral and correct. So what's next? The Secretariat, we will share our plans for focus areas within the ITTF for the remainder of this administration at a future CTB meetings. For those of you listening and for members, submissions for this can come from a variety of places. They can come from DRPT, they can come from VDOT districts, often working in conjunction with their localities, and they can come from the VDOT HQ office. Submissions are not always open. They're open each fall. So coming up, I'd say late August, early September, we will open the SMART portal for submissions. And of course, those of you who are interested and have technologies you're interested in, I encourage you to talk to your districts and see if you can find a project that makes sense.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Schul?
I have a
Ms. Sellers?
So Mr. Kasperowitz used to talk about how some of these research proposals could be presented to the CTB or the outcomes or any of that. Is there any thought of maybe doing that? And I think his idea was to have it at the governor's conference every year to kind of show all this technology things. I don't know, but
I think we're happy to consider that. I mean, I want to be clear, in general, we want to be presenting on the results of these things, because to Ms. Schul's point, she showed you an example that works spectacularly. We're going to show you an example at some time in the next few years where that's probably not the case, and we want to state as loudly as we can up front, that is okay, right? If we're trying new things, we want more to work than that don't, but some aren't going to work if we're actually being aggressive. So I think it's really important that we report on that. I'll talk with Ms. Esposito, who helps organize the governor's conference there, and we'll talk about whether we can get something like that on the agenda. Ms. Green.
How did these come about? Were they generated by request from within the district, or were they from the state?
Commissioner, I'll let you answer that one.
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Green, most of this has emanated from the districts in identifying issues that have needed attention, whether it be through our fiber redundancy program, recognizing the fragility of the fiber network that we had and creating redundancy for our traffic operations centers and our IT and our traffic signal systems. High water warning systems across the Commonwealth where we're prone to flooding and advanced warning. The next generation traffic that we brought forth to the board, I can't recall the name, next gen system that we're testing out on Interstate 95 that we brought forward for the board's approval back in January of this year was also another idea that was a little bit more homegrown here in the central office to say, how do we do something different than what we have been doing? So it's a combination of thoughts that have emanated out of the Secretary's office, the central office, and our district field staff.
I just want to commend you, because when you have some of the projects, for instance, the Bedford project or the project in Charlotte County where they put forth smart scale applications repeatedly because of the horse-drawn carriages, it's not likely that that was a solution that could have been funded. So finding creative manners to still address their problem, I think, is important. So, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Laird?
Mr. Secretary, I have to refer to Dr. Smoot, who said to me after my performance this morning that a closed mouth gathers no foot. But having said that, Dr. Schul, how are we dealing with AI opportunities and AI threats? Is that something that is even considered?
So, within this program, AI is a technology that is important, and I've read all of the submissions for the past couple of years, and more are talking about AI. So the opportunities, if it's a strong technology and the impact, these we look at, or I should say, VDOT and the other leadership looks at innovation, complexity, impact, and then cost when evaluating these projects. So I think AI will be evaluated within this program like any other technology. If we think it has a high impact, if it's a, reasonably complex, and if it's innovative, then it would be considered like any other technology. In terms of AI risk management, there is technology risk management that is assessed when we look at these projects. And I think AI risk management would also fall into that category. All of which is to say, it is looked at like any other technology would be looked at. It has opportunities, it has risks, it has costs. It is newer than a lot of these things, so we probably have less certainty, but that's the point of programs like these. VITA also runs an AI assessment on any AI technology that's implemented, I believe, for any state agency, and we follow the VITA AI review process within this program and any other program that uses AI. Did I miss anything?
Can I ask a follow-on question to that?
Sellers.
With some of these technologies, are we thinking at the beginning how they'll be integrated into AI and populate some of those tool sets? So there's going to be some big data collected by some of these things.
I know these conversations are happening because I'm having them, but we are all, it's not about VDOT or any of the state agencies at the beginning of understanding that.
But I think maybe the other point that you all are getting at and that Michelle is hinting at is we will have additional discussions about AI and how we can use it and its growing potential role and helping us find ways to do more and get better outcomes on the system. It's not going to solve all of the problems, but I think it can solve some, and some may be exciting new things and some may be boring things like permit reviews or other things today where we can potentially speed up responses to developers or other folks who today might have to wait a week to hear whether or not their application is complete. Instead of that, we can just tell them pretty close to real time. And so I think there's a lot of ways that we're trying to look at how we can use AI, and I think we'll be happy to come back to you guys and give you kind of updates about that as we explore those opportunities in the coming months.
And as we define our focus areas from the Secretariat, that's an obvious candidate, I would say.
So and then to add in the 5G component, right, as we have more of these driverless vehicle technologies, well, they're going to rely on an internet and a secure, fast internet, and my understanding of it is very limited, but with the fiber optic network that's being built out, are we considering the future of 5G along these corridors?
Do you want to talk about the KD, the Connected and Autonomous Vehicle group that y'all have? Great.
You're leading that effort for us right now.
So we have a sort of two related groups that are working on that very question. So legislatively mandated, there is an AV working group, which consists of designated members from the Secretariat, VDOT, DMV, police, and then various members of the legislature and DRPT. That is working on a lot of the aspects of autonomous vehicles that relate to how it's permitted, safety, police interaction with AVs, that whole world. There's a separate group related within VDOT that is the Connected and Autonomous Vehicle group that is also bringing in connectivity to infrastructure, whether it's VDOT owned or someone else owned. So those two efforts, one is, I'd say, VDOT-centric, one is multi-agency and the legislator-centric that are considering that. And the project that ITTF funded last year, the Next Gen project, which Commissioner Britch referred to, is explicitly also about testing and deploying some of that extremely high edge interactivity between connected vehicles and smart Internet of Things technology on a sort of designated test set piece of the road.
I would be curious, and if you add in school divisions throughout the Commonwealth, I bet you would find the majority of these fiber optic networks are going to either be owned in VDOT right away or potentially by VDOT, seeing that. And then now you add in the school divisions, but that becomes a very powerful tool when you look at 5G, because the only way we're going to get to some of these ubiquitous technologies is through that 5G network or a fiber network of some sort. In Charlottesville, had in Albemarle County, mapped out all their fiber optics a decade ago. So I don't know if they've done it since, but their school superintendent at the time did it. And then he came to Stafford County and did it for our school division. So I think it could just be out there to include.
Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Sellers, with regard to the fiber optic network, we understand the opportunity that would exist to be able to ride on public infrastructure such as Department of Education or school districts. What I want to be clear with is our fiber optic network, as it relates to transportation, is strictly for transportation purposes. It's not connecting to the internet. It's not connecting to emails and other items such as that, and that's by design. So cybersecurity that we do not talk about here is one of the forefront things that we have underway with regard to our traffic signal systems and our traffic operations centers. And the whole purpose is to be able to clearly separate and distinctly separate our VITA network, carrying all of our communications, all of our emails, all of our other transmissions that would exist, and is riding solely for the data packages that are associated with transportation. So we are distinctly separate. We thought about how do we leverage the investments that have been made by others. If I took it to the DoD standpoint, these are the hotlines between, Norfolk Naval Station and the Pentagon that should not have other extraneous information riding in the network. So keeping these things separate is by design and not leveraging it. Do we know where things are? Yes, we do. We're constantly looking at opportunities for resource sharing agreements with entities to co-locate within our right-of-way, especially our limited access facilities, to be able to allow, let's say, the Amazons of the world or the Department of Defense to come in. But as they come into those limited access facilities, we will grant them access in long-term, provided that they give us resources that we need along the corridor, both either through fiber optics networks, other agreements that may exist, or monetary basis if we don't have a need in that corridor to allow us to continue to build out our communications network.
I understand that, and I appreciate it. It's just, in the future, we have to have that technology if we're ever going to get to a truly, that Internet of Things, that ubiquitous technology requires it.
I don't doubt it.
Today, that's the model, but
There's a security component to it that we take very seriously. Until those things can be mitigated, isolated systems are where we're going to sit.
And, all right, we'll talk about this later.
To be continued.
It is a hot topic with lots of technology vendors.
Yes, it is.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Next, we have our last presentation before we move into updates from the Director and the Commissioner, and that's Mr. Hutchinson with an update on the live budget situation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I will preface this by also saying, as the Secretary referenced, it's a very live situation, and so not on these slides, but I will speak to at the end of these slides are some additional informative items that we learned today while we were here. So this presentation is just to inform members about the transportation pieces of the latest news items that we've received on the Commonwealth's budget. So no board action is needed pursuant to this presentation. So as you all probably heard, last Friday, the House published some new proposed amendments to the state budget. We want you to be aware of the major transportation components to those, just for the board's awareness. So on this overview slide, you'll see here there is additional support for Metro, both capital and operating needs. There is flexibility for VDOT to preserve the toll relief program for the downtown and midtown tunnels and Hampton roads. And there are some additional study directives of various kinds. Director Zimmerman referenced one of those earlier today, which is also here directing the Department of Rail and Public Transportation to study opportunities for transit-oriented development, as well as some additional funds to help the Department of Rail and Public Transportation as it assists the House Joint 28 Subcommittee and its charge to study and report on the status of transit in Hampton Roads. So we're just going to go into those briefly on these next slides. So as folks recall, will recall from the previous CTB meetings, there we had numerous presentations on the need for Metro to receive more funds to address both operating and capital expenses. We won't delve into that again here. We'll just update you on these items. So on the operating expenses side, the proposed amendments to the budget released by the House last week would provide $153 million in general funds to address half of the increase in operating needs for Metro for the biennium, fiscal year 2027 to 2028. As the slide notes, that bill will have to be paid, and so the extent to which the Commonwealth continues to help address those costs, it reduces those pressures on the local governments that have to pay those costs. In the capital and operating expenses side, the proposed amendments to the budget released by the House last Friday also contain language that would expand the authorized use of revenues from the proposed new local option 1% sales and use tax from solely funding school construction to being able to fund public transportation and/or school construction for cities and counties within Planning District 8 in Northern Virginia. This is, as the slide suggests, could help address fiscal needs of public transit, including Metro in Northern Virginia. This same amendment language provides an affirmative requirement on these cities and counties within the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission to fund their proportionate share of Metro capital costs with this new revenue authority or other revenues. The language also would require Metro to report to the Commonwealth on various components of its operating and capital costs and projected costs, and to contain any future cost increases at Metro to less than 3% per year.
And so members of the board, I know we had longer presentations in past meetings about DMV moves. If this were to be enacted, this would effectively address Virginia's portion of the DMV moves WMATA capital funding, thereby placing a requirement on the local governments to provide those funds, but also giving them a tool that they can choose to use if they want to in the form of a 1% local option, up to, a 1% local option sales tax. I want to be clear, that is subject to a referendum there. It's structured similar to those who have looked at the school construction sales taxes in the past, which similarly required a referendum and were enacted in a number of I think, counties in the Lynchburg area there. So just wanted to note that. Again, as Carter said, this is from the House side. Some more things came out later today while we were meeting here about the Senate budget, and so he'll get into those. Those are a bit murkier because we were here, so we weren't in the room while they were discussing it. And they haven't released full amendment language as the House has. So I just wanted to add those points there. Carter or Mr. Hutchinson?
Moving on from the Metro component of the budget amendments released on Friday from the House of Delegates, wanted to touch on a couple of the other major transportation components that we find interesting and that you might too. The Secretary referenced some of these earlier today, but I will just run through them here. So we previously talked about on the first slide, this first bullet was actually a component of both the original House and the original Senate budgets as well. But this budget amendment grants needed flexibility to VDOT so that it can ensure that there is not a need to reduce eligibility for the toll relief program in Hampton Roads based on the funding that's left in there. This flexibility will allow the agency to continue to provide those 14 toll-free trips per week through the downtown and midtown tunnels without reducing eligibility or reducing the amount that is paid back to the user. The second bullet here, referenced before, of course, but Director Zimmerman has referenced the directive for the Department of Rail and Public Transportation to conduct a statewide review to identify any opportunities for transit-oriented development near existing or proposed transit and rail stations across the Commonwealth. Next on here, you'll see something that the Secretary referenced earlier, directive for the Secretary of Transportation to evaluate and report on options to accelerate large-scale improvements to the Interstate 81 corridor. Additionally, there's the funds there for DRPT to support the joint subcommittee's study of transit in Hampton Roads. And lastly, on this slide, you'll see directive for the Secretary of Transportation to look at opportunities to improve highway safety through agreements regarding ticket reciprocity with District of Columbia and Maryland. On this slide, I will actually provide a little bit of an update as the Secretary referenced while we were in here with you all today. The Senate Finance Committee met this morning and gave a presentation on proposed amendments from the Senate to the budget. And we are still in the process of gathering information about that. One thing I can share since the last time that the Secretary and I texted is that the Senate Finance Committee has, as of about 30 minutes ago, posted language online, and so we will be in the process of working through that. We gathered these first points based on their PowerPoint presentation that was given this morning. Jumping back actually just to look at the House components, and you can see here there's some continuity. So what the Senate Finance Committee announced this morning was that included in these proposed new amendments from the Senate to the state budget is $153 million in general funds, much similar to what you see up there from the House on this slide, that will address 50% of the increase in operating needs for Metro from fiscal year 2027 to 2028. The Senate, we are still gathering information, but our understanding is that the Senate has proposed $19 million in general funds for a one-time transit capital assistance. There's still information that we're gathering here, but that's obviously, a slight variance from what you see on this slide from the House. And then, like in the House budget, the Senate proposes $300,000 to Department of Rail and Public Transportation for its support of the Joint Subcommittee Study of Transit in Hampton Roads. And as I mentioned as well earlier, both the Senate and House budgets, we know as of today, these proposed new amendments would also grant that flexibility to VDOT to continue the toll relief program unchanged for the downtown and midtown tunnels. And as I mentioned, the language itself, we are told was posted online within the last 30 minutes or so. It's hundreds of pages, so we're in the process of reviewing that, and obviously we'll update the board with any new details that are relevant to these discussions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot and Mr. Minshew.
what is ticket reciprocity?
Mr. Hutchinson.
It's a good question, Dr. Smoot. As I'm sure some of the board members have heard, maybe more than others, depending on the region, but in the DMV, sort of Northern Virginia region, each of the jurisdictions has different requirements as to having what you have to provide to maintain driver's license and residency in a given jurisdiction. And so sometimes there can be, oftentimes there can be situations where, for example, a Maryland driver or DC driver drives through, let's say, a toll gantry in Virginia, for example, there may not be any way for the Commonwealth to get that revenue that they need from that use of the facility that Virginians have to pay. And so this would be one way to make sure that all three jurisdictions are capturing the revenue that they're intending to. There's also, there's a kind of a spectrum as far as how many things we might agree on jurisdictions together on which to reciprocate, but that's something that we were directed to look into and see what we might agree with them on.
Put a finer point on that, Dr. Smoot. So, for example, there's been stories in news and media outlets in Baltimore that a number of the people who are repeat offenders on their speed enforcement violations don't have Maryland license plates. Some of them, unfortunately, apparently have Virginia license plates, and because there's a lack of reciprocity but an agreement to treat, like across state lines, there is essentially very little that Maryland can do to address those individuals and their behavior in that region there. And so I think that's just one of many issues folks are trying to get at. And just to be very direct, if we have this discussion, and it appears that we will be, I intend to bring up toll reciprocity with our neighbors to the north as well, right? And so there's a variety of topics where I think we could all benefit from ensuring that all of our citizens behave by the rules that are in place in our neighboring jurisdictions, because we operate as one region, and right now some folks are, for better or worse, taking advantage of that. The other thing I would just say is today is June 16th. We're going to have a budget by July 1st because we have no other choice. What happens between now and then, I'm not going to speculate on out loud at this meeting. The House will be back on Thursday to do what the House will do. The Senate will be back next Monday on the 22nd. And again, it's my full expectation that we will have a budget by July 1st because, again, we have no other choice. So we're happy to see that both chambers have put proposals out there, and we'll hope they'll have progressive negotiations here over the next coming hours and days. And we look forward to seeing that budget in the governor's desk. Mr. Mincho.
Thank you. First of all, I really appreciate, Mr. Hutchinson, you giving us information this fresh in real time. Literally, it's probably 90 minutes old as you're giving it to us. But I'm curious, would you know how close the House budget on Metro came to doing what the SGR 28 committee recommended? I'm sure it's short of that number, but I'm curious, would you know what the delta is or how close it came?
Well, I think on the component certainly related to the sales tax, I would say, I think just to, I think from the top, I would say obviously, the House's proposal that they released on Friday makes no modifications to the sales tax base.
Okay.
That is a significant difference than some of the discussions around the joint subcommittee last year and the year prior was that sales tax base.
Sounds like, Secretary Mr. Hutchinson, that the members of the WMATA Compact, who are the NVTC members, as I read item 4 to 14.3H, that there's an affirmative requirement on all the counties and cities that are not in Plan District 8, but are NVTC members to pay their proportional share. So it sounds like they're going to get basically a dues statement, each county and city, and it sounds like that there's one new tax power that's being given to them, that additional 1% sales tax. So it sounds like that they've got an option play. They can pay their dues either using the new authority that takes the referendum or any other way that they may choose. That sound right?
Mr. Mincho, I'd say that's correct, and I think just some nuance that's not on the slide because there's only so many words you can put on there. The due statement, as you're referring to it, doesn't start until fiscal year 29. So there is a time period here for folks to kind of consider their options. And I would state from the figures that I've seen, should any of the local governments who are part of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission choose to avail themselves of this new tool, the revenues generated by that tool in each of the jurisdictions is more than what would be needed for the due statement. So to your point about other potential SDA 28 needs, should they deem it appropriate, necessary, or useful, they will have opportunities to be able to help address those as well through that tool.
Thank you. I'm glad that, I'd forgotten that they have until FY '29, which gives them time to figure out which pathways they want to take.
Yes. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Hutchinson? All right, well, thank you very much. And again, this is a live and ongoing situation, so please give us a little grace if we got something slightly off with things that were posted during this meeting. Next, Director Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Per usual, I will not go through all of my presentation. You have it in your deck to look through, but just a few things to highlight. First off, this is the first month since I've been in this role where I haven't, unfortunately, been able to say transit ridership was growing over the last month period that I reported it, but it held steady. And again, we always are a little bit backtracked in what we are reporting. So looking at the March data, we kind of held steady year to year in comparison, but there's a lot of detail in the director's report if you want to look at some of the specific ridership numbers for our state-supported Amtrak, for the Virginia Breeze, for WMATA, and for other state transit systems in there. So just wanted to flag that. Also wanted to note we've been doing a lot of public engagement, so there's been a lot happening on the transit side and with the state rail plan development. We've also been working with communities in responding to the Federal Railroad Administration's railroad crossing elimination and the Chrissy grant proposals, or excuse me, notice of funding opportunity that is closing this month. VPRA is going to be submitting some grant applications for Chrissy funding, and we are also happy at DRPT to be supporting the Hampton Roads TPO to look at a kind of regional railroad crossing elimination grant application for Chrissy and RCE funding, and also supporting Chesterfield that has a project in as well for RCE funding, railroad crossing elimination funding. Also wanted to just do a flag. There is, once we move here shortly to the action agenda, there's first up on the consent agenda, a rail industrial access grant proposal for $750,000. There's information in the director's report and in your packet on it. We are very excited that members Coleman and Stent got to have a tour of the facility and see the work that's going to be supported through this. If the CTB approves that grant, I want to note that's the 30th project, 30th rail industrial access project that we will have approved since 2018. And in that time, that has helped to generate 3,736 jobs and divert 193,000 trucks. So just through those 30 grant projects, the one that you'll see before you again today is another example of that, helping to create 250 new jobs and diverting over 1,000 trucks annually off of the roads for that. So pretty good return on a $750,000 investment through that project. So just wanted to flag that. And then since I'm talking about rail, I'm sure you probably don't have it on your calendar, but June 24th is Emergency Sign Notification Day. So those blue and white signs that you see at railroad crossings, those are important signs. If you should ever, God forbid, be in a situation where something does happen, that's the notification system where you can alert first responders to come and act on it. So it's part of Operation Lifesaver Day, and we're working with a number of our state partners to get the word out on that. So with that, I will wrap up my report.
Thank you, Director Zimmerman. Commissioner Britch?
Mr. Secretary, I only have one item for your consideration today, and it's a handout that was provided at your desk speaking about the refunding of the Garvey notes that Ms. Pryor presented to the board, I believe, back in March and April of this year. We were able to sell a little more than $176 million in Garvey's 2026 notes. And that helped fund $67.5 million worth of projects, but also retire the outstanding debt on some of our 2016 notes. Good news, bottom line up front, good news is that we had a savings to the Commonwealth of a little bit more than $8 million by taking said action. So kudos to the finance team to be able to continue to look at ways to save the Commonwealth in advance our Garvey notes and better use our Garvey notes to be able to retire some outstanding debt. So, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the only item I
Mr.
have
Sec-
today, oh, Mr. Gribben.
I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, just like one quick comment. Just want to congratulate the Commissioner on another national award for his team. As you all may recall, in March, the Reason Foundation found that Virginia was #1 in the country for having the best performing, most cost-effective highway system. And more recently, just at the end of May, the American Society for Highway Engineers awarded the Person of the Year to Bill Cutler, who is the Northern Virginia District Rep and a member of the Secretary's team. So I just want to, Commissioner's team, I want to congratulate the Commissioner for, again, just making Virginia an outstanding place to drive.
Thank you, Mr. Gribben. So just one quick update on my end. I just wanted to recognize, we have a Governor's Fellow that's been assigned to transportation. His name is Miles Sally. Miles, could you stand up? Governor's Fellows program is a great program. We bring basically a whole host of very bright, industrious folks to come work in the governor's office and get real hands-on experience for 60 days over the summer. For those of you who don't know, I actually started in transportation in Virginia as a governor's fellow 20 years ago, so be careful who you let into the program, because you may see them again and they may never go away despite your best efforts. But again, I just wanted to recognize Miles. He's going to be working with us on a number of projects to help us, advance some of our agenda over the coming weeks. And so look forward to working with you and just wanted to recognize him. So thank you, Miles. All right. Close. We will reconvene the action meeting. The first item we have is approval of the minutes from our past meeting. Do I have a motion? Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Next, we have our consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have Ms. Pryor with item number 2. From the consent agenda? Yes, thank you, Mr. Coleman. So noted.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Related to the Garvey item that the Commissioner just spoke about, if you recall back in March when I briefed you on that item, I also briefed you on the fact that this board maintains a shelf resolution permitting the refunding of eligible bonds should it be deemed to meet the criteria where our present value savings or the term can't be longer than the refunded bonds, and we have a savings of 3% or another threshold set by the Treasury Board. So you have in your packet a revised shelf refunding resolution that simply extends the date 2 years out from June 2026 to June 2028. So should the opportunity avail itself in the future to refund additional bonds and realize more savings, we will bring that to you. And I recommend your approval.
Any questions for Ms. Pryor? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have item number 3. Ms. Pryor?
Yes. Sorry, I have several items. I'm not sure what order they come in. And the
Next one is the 6-year improvement program transfers.
Thank you. In your packet, you have a list of monthly transfers that are for your information and those that are for your approval. I will point out that there are 3 district grant transfers that exceed the threshold in the board's policy in Culpeper, Fredericksburg, and Richmond, and I recommend your approval of the transfers.
Any questions for Ms. Pryor on action 3? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next we have item number 4, action on the smart scale budget increase for exit 317.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You'll recall last month I briefed you on a proposed high-priority budget increase for a project in the Stanton District related to the I-81 Exit 317 project. This project is part of a bundle valued at approximately $340 million scheduled to begin procurement. We spoke briefly about it this morning as well. The proposed budget increase is $9.4 million, and I recommend your approval.
Questions for Ms. Pryor?
I have a general question. If we
Tell
vote,
us.
if we vote no, what happens?
We'll have to peel out this component of the package. It will delay the procurement for the other project and potentially lead to some cost increases for both projects.
Do a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, we have agenda item 5, action on the FY27 annual budget.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I briefed you earlier today on the proposed FY27 budget for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, Department of Rail and Public Transportation, and the Virginia Department of Transportation. There is a resolution in your packet, and I recommend your approval.
Any questions for Ms. Pryor? Do I have a motion? A second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next we have item 6, 6-year improvement program for rail and public, and the rail and public transportation allocations for the same period.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I briefed you earlier today on the proposed final FY27 to 32 6-year improvement program for public transportation, rail, and highway construction, and I recommend your approval.
Any questions for Ms. Pryor? Motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Next, we have Ms. Ray with action item number 7, approval of federal safety performance targets for calendar year 27.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Last month, you had a presentation from myself and Mark Cole where we presented and proposed safety targets for calendar year 2027. It's 5 measures, 3 of which we have to have the same targets as DMV. DMV has to report their targets to NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, by the end of this month, and then VDOT has to submit their report by the end of August to FHWA. We recommend your approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ray? Do I have a motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Ms. Ray. Next, we have Mr. Short with action item number 8 on the FY27 Arlington and Henrico maintenance payments.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, last month he had a presentation update related to the action item of payments for Arlington and Henrico for their annual maintenance allocations, and the resolution is provided in the packet and recommend for your support endorsement.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next we have item number 9 on maintenance payments to cities, certain towns, Warren County.
Same song, different verse, but this is for all the cities and counties that are eligible and seek your approval.
Thank you. Any questions? Do we have a motion? Thank you. A second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, Mr. Short. Next, we have Mr. Hesslinger with action item number 10 on the amendments to the integrated directional signage program, or signing program, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Last month, Mark Cole and I briefed you on the results of the periodic review of the IDSP regulation. I'm confident that that periodic review process is seared into your brain and hopeful that all signs point to approval of the resolution in front of you, which will adopt the amendments and direct VDOT to proceed with effectuating them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. Thank you, sir. Last but not least, we have Mr. Bates with bids, and I believe we have 2 this month? One. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. We have one project for action today. Order number A36 in the Salem District. This is a smart scale roundabout and intersection improvement project in Pulaski County. We received 6 bids. The low bid is $7,803,585. This is within the range. It was submitted by Branch Civil Incorporated. Mr. Secretary, I recommend award.
Mr. Secretary, I want to move for approval. As noted, all bids were under budget, and also we saved some money on this project because Volvo donated part of the land we need for this project because it's near their factory in Dublin.
Thank you. Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you all. Do any members have any new business they'd like to bring before the board? All right, well, if not, thank you all for coming today. That concludes today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board.